Our live. One man want to know, gather come join, matters arising, matters Nigeria related. You know what is going on, so I don't really need to embellish or sell it too much. So congregate, gather, let's get together and discuss this matter. Really one storyline to discuss in this particular interaction. You know the storyline, holy, but holy no more. Apparently,
another Savior, holy, Adimebujuku. Another Savior, holy, Adimebujuku.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the.
okay, holy, but apparently holy no more. The Alpha One of the Igbo race has been gazumped by the Aboki called Malam Buhari, who ensnared and now encaged and at the behest and the bequest of the Fulani man. So now they can, of course, you know the narrative, so no need to embellish, no need to dilly-dally. This is not a time to mess around. So straight into it we go, and we start from the beginning. So we start with a timeline that leads us to this point. A series of narratives to bring you. So please click on the hyperlink. This is going to be a fairly robust one, I suspect. Voices will be raised, words will be said sharply, truth will be told, and tears will be shed. But let's go to it. The first narrative, timeline of Nnamdi Kanu's arrest and trial. So let's just go through the trajectory that has led us to this point. The leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, has been rearrested and brought back to Nigeria to face trial. Nnamdi Okwu Kanu, born 25th of September 1967, hails from Isiama Afara Aku, Umahia, Abia State. The Attorney General and Minister of Justice Abubakar Malami said self-acclaimed leader of the proscribed secessionist indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, has been intercepted through the collaborative efforts of Nigerian intelligence and security services. He has been brought back to Nigeria in order to continue facing trial after disappearing whilst on bail regarding 11 charges against him. Kanu was also accused of instigating violence, especially in southeastern Nigeria, that resulted in the loss of lives and property of civilians, military, paramilitary, police forces, and destruction of civil institutions and symbols of authority. So here is a timeline of Kanu's arrest and trial. October 14, 2015, Kanu was arrested in Lagos and was detained for more than 1 year. He was arraigned by the federal government on 11 charges bordering on terrorism and treasonable felony. November the 23rd, 2015, Kanu was arraigned at the Abuja Magistrate Court for charges of criminal conspiracy, intimidation, and membership of an illegal organization by the Department of State Services. April the 28th, 2017, Kanu was released from detention on bail. He was granted bail by Justice Binta Nyako of the Federal High Court Abuja. March the 28th, 2019, Justice Binta Nyako revoked the bail that was granted to Kanu on health grounds and issued a bench warrant for his arrest. September 2017, Kanu disappeared from public radar after his house was raided by the military. He reportedly fled the country after the invasion of his home in Afara Aku near Umuahia, Abia State, during military Operation Python Dance 2, staged to quell agitation for Biafra Republic in September 2017. September the 20th, 2017, the federal government obtained a court order on the designate IPOB. The federal government obtained a court order to designate IPOB a terrorist group and to proscribe it. February the 19th, 2018, the Federal High Court in Abuja ordered that Kanu be separately tried for the rest of his from the rest of his co-defendants. He was facing a 5-count treasonable felony charge alongside 4 other pro-Biafra agitators: Chindebere Onowidiwe, Benjamin Madu Bugu, David Nwawisu, and Bright Chimeze. November the 26th, 2020, a federal high court in Abuja commenced Kanu's trial in his absence. 5 prosecution witnesses were provided to testify against Kanu. January the 27th, 2021, the Federal High Court Abuja continued the trial of Kanu. The matter was initially fixed for hearing on November the 26th, but when it was called, both Kanu and his counsel, Mr. Ifeanyi Ejiofor, were absent in court. The notice was served on the federal government prosecution team and Ifeanyi Ejiofor, the defendant's counsel. 27th June 2021, the federal government, in collaboration with security agencies, apprehended and brought Kanu back to Nigeria. July the 26th, 2021, the Federal High Court Abuja ordered that Kanu be remanded in the Department of State Services DSS facility pending trial continuation. So that is the trajectory that has led us to this point. So now let's find out exactly why we have arrived at this point, and let's hear directly from NNAMDI himself. I fled Nigeria to save my life. Nnamdi Kanu tells court upon rearrest. So that is his plea, and that is what he's going to open with. So the second headline: I fled Nigeria to save my life. Nnamdi Kanu tells court upon his rearrest. So let's get to his words. Leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu, has explained reasons why he abandoned his trial by the Nigerian judicial system and escaped out of the country in 2017. Kanu, who was rearrested and brought back to Nigeria on Sunday, June the 27th, told the Federal High Court in Abuja that he fled Nigeria to save his life. His appearance before the court came after the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Mr. Abubakar Malami SAN, disclosed to journalists that Kanu was intercepted by security agents following a collaborative effort between security agencies in Nigeria and the Interpol. Shortly after he was docked before trial Justice Binta Nyako by the federal government, Kanu asked for permission of the court to speak even though he was without his lawyer. He said his disappearance from Nigeria was due to the unlawful invasion of his house by security agents, an operation that resulted in the death of many innocent people. According to him, "My lord, my house was invaded and people were killed. I would have been killed too if I had not hid myself. That was why I was unable to attend the court," he said, according to reports. "I would have been killed the way others were killed when my house was invaded, Kanu added. The case has been adjourned till July the 26th for continuation of trial. The court further directed the prosecution to notify Kanu's lawyer, even as it remanded him in the custody of the DSS. So that is Kanu now opening his own defense, even though his lawyer was not present. But the gloating, of course, starts almost immediately. The following headline: Nnamdi Kanu's arrest proves Buhari's government has resources to arrest bandit sponsors. So this now is a double-edged headline, and it could go either way. It could either be a gloat from the Buhari supporters or a jibe in its direction. A sip of my coffee. Again, the headline: Nnamdi Kanu's arrest proves Buhari's government has resources to arrest bandits. So now let's now see what is being said here. Nigerians on Twitter have questioned the inability of the regime of President Major General Buhari retired to arrest sponsors of banditry and terrorism in Nigeria. This was after the federal government announced the arrest of the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu. Immediately after the arrest was announced, many Nigerians took to Twitter to express their displeasure at the government's lack of success in tackling banditry and terrorism in Nigeria. One of the tweets say, "The arrest of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu just confirms one thing: the Buhari government has all the resources needed to arrest those behind kidnapping, banditry and terrorism in Nigeria. They know exactly where they are and how to get them. But like T.Y. Danjuma said, they collude." So another tweet: Nnamdi Kanu's arrest confirms that the Buhari regime can be swift, decisive and methodical when it is motivated, usually by ethnic or religious sentiments. Another tweet: the federal government can go through the pain and diplomatic brouhaha to arrest Nnamdi Kanu abroad, but couldn't find Abubakar Shekau, who was in Nigeria for over 6 years. Another tweet: it requires a lot of diplomacy and technicality to arrest someone in a foreign land. Nigeria went through all that to arrest Nnamdi Kanu of IPOB, yet Boko Haram, bandit and killer headsmen have been terrorizing us for eternity and we can't arrest them. The truth is so glaring. So on and on it goes. So commentaries in response. It looks as though I could give you plenty more, but they are all in the same vein. Let me just take one last one and then I'll go on to the next narrative. So another one: the terrorist and warmonger Nnamdi Kanu. So this looks like an anti-Kanu tweet. Let's just take this as the last one just for counterbalance. The terrorist and warmonger Nnamdi Kanu has finally been arrested. Like my friend Yellow said, for years he has been the most dangerous person in this country after Shekau. He added, Nnamdi Kanu was living comfortably abroad, wearing designers like Fendi, whilst pushing his gullible people to war in Nigeria. So that is just a commentary that runs contrary to what is being said. So we go to Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer and to see what his position is. IPOB lawyer Ejiofor speaks on Nnamdi Kanu's arrest, reveals next move. Ifeanyi Ejiofor, the attorney of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra IPOB, has reacted to the arrest of the group's leader Nnamdi Kanu. We have just confirmed through a correspondence from the Federal High Court Abuja about the arrest and extradition of my client Mazi Nnamdi Kanu by the Nigerian state. It is to be noted, therefore, that no matter the gravity of the offences or charges preferred against him, Section 36(5) of the Constitution still presumes him innocent of the allegation. He was brought before the Federal High Court No. 2 Abuja today on an 11th count charge, though without our knowledge, Ejiofor added. Kanu was recently extradited from an unknown country after 4 years of absconding his trial. His trial would resume on June the 26th, but he will be with the DSS until then. The legal team ably led by my humble self, will meet them in court on that day, Ejiofor said on Tuesday evening. We insist that he must be given a fair hearing / trial, which is his constitutionally protected right. His safety as also guaranteed under our laws throughout the trial and afterwards should be enforced. Our fortified legal team will be meeting to agree on strategies within the context of the charge and disposition of the court, he added. So that is Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer taking a position, but then of course the fun and the poking and the chest beating are started apace. So to Kaduna State we go. The short little boy of the short little man, son of El-Rufai, Nnamdi Kanu should be locked up with cows. This is El-Rufai's son speaking. So the poking of fun has started. One of the sons of Kaduna State Governor Nasir El-Rufai, Bashir, on Tuesday mocked the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, over his arrest. Correspondents had earlier reported that the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, announced the arrest of Kanu at a press briefing in Abuja on Tuesday. The son of the Kaduna State Governor, in his reaction to the development, noted that the arrest is a victory for the country. Bashir, in a post on Twitter, so already a crime committed there because, of course, Twitter banned in Nigeria, but of course the laws don't apply to the Fulanis. Bashir, in a post on Twitter, had pleaded with President Muhammadu Buhari to lock the IPOB leader in a cell with a cow. He wrote, "There are those that will be upset this hooligan was arrested, but will be too cowardly to express it. Victory for the country. May we all continue to progress in unison. He should be locked in a cell with a cow, please. President Buhari." So that is the poking of fun that has already started, but then the mocking is not just restricted to the northern quarters. His own tribesmen too, Etu Brute, Joe Igbokwe. So Etu Brute, Joe Igbokwe, as I bring you the next headline, Endless Hallelujah, Joe Igbokwe mocks arrested Nnamdi Kanu, IPOB leader. So now, starting from the back from your own people is the highest of crimes, we should imagine, treachery in IGBOLAND, as again, Hallelujah, Joe Igbokwe mocks arrested IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu. So now let's now see how the mocking goes from north to east. The special advisor to Lagos State Governor on Drainage and Water Resources, Joe Igbokwe, has gone spiritual in his reaction to the arrest of IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu. Igbokwe, who took to his social media account, shared pictures of himself worshipping God over the arrest of Nnamdi Kanu. As earlier reported by correspondents, the federal government of Nigeria confirmed the arrest of the leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu. According to the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Abubakar Malami, SAN, on Tuesday, Kanu was arrested and brought back to Nigeria on Sunday. Subsequently, the Federal High Court in Abuja remanded Kanu in the custody of the Department of State Services, DSS. In a short ruling on Tuesday, the trial judge, Justice Binta Iyako, ordered that Kanu be remanded based on an application that was brought by the federal government. So let's go to Igbokwe. Reacting to the news, Igbokwe shared pictures of himself praising God for the arrest alongside a caption where he wrote, "To God the glory, may the souls of hundreds of young men who lost their lives in the southeast rest in peace. Amen and endless hallelujah. The judgment day cometh. May the souls of the departed rest in peace." So that is stabbing in the back from the eastern quarters. Meanwhile, popular political activist Deji Adeyanju has reacted to the arrest and extradition of the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu. In a post on his Twitter page on Tuesday, Adeyanju asked the federal government to respect the rights of Nnamdi Kanu. According to the former member of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, called on Muhammadu Buhari-led administration to also arrest the real terrorist terrorizing the country. He wrote, "Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's rights must be respected at all times. The Buhari government should go and arrest the real terrorist terrorizing our country and their sympathizers in and out of government, the Pantamis and the Gumis of this world. So of course that is where the arrest should be pointed, but then of course these people are in state houses all over the place. So the reactions come thick and fast, and to Ohaneze we go. Nigeria will be destabilized if Nnamdi Kanu is killed. Ona Ohaneze worldwide tells Buhari-led administration. So they weigh in the side of their son, the Igbo Social Cultural Group. Nigeria will be destabilized if Kanu is killed. Ohaneze worldwide tells Buhari-led government. The Ohaneze in the Igbo worldwide, Igbo Social Cultural Association, has urged the Buhari-led government to follow the law strictly in dealing with the case of Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB. The Nigerian government had on Tuesday announced Kanu's arrest and extradition to Nigeria to continue to face trial. He was subsequently arraigned blindfolded. So that's a new development now. He was subsequently arraigned blindfolded before Binta Nyako, a judge of the Federal High Court in Abuja. Kanu is facing charges bordering on treasonable felony instituted against him at the court in response to years of campaign for the independent Republic of Biafra through IPOB. He was granted, so let's just in a broadcast via, so I'm just skipping through paragraphs that repeat what we have repeated copiously. In a broadcast via Radio Biafra, Kanu boasted that the Nigerian court lacks the capacity to try him, describing the court as a kangaroo court. He said the judge who asked his sureties to produce him should have asked the army why they invaded his residence. Commenting on his rearrest, Ohaneze Ndigbo worldwide, in a statement by Okechukwu Osiguzoro, its Secretary General, said Kanu's refusal to listen to Igbo leaders advice led him to his present predicament. The group advised the Nigerian government to handle the IPOB leaders' case carefully in order to prevent violent revolts from its followers. The statement reads, Nnamdi Kanu's refusal to adhere to the advice of the Igbo leaders, elders, and political leaders is the outcome of what had befallen him. He made a lot of enemies, especially those that would have saved him, and the federal government would never lose grip of him again. We don't think that any Igbo leader will stick out his or her neck for him. His rearrest will eventually bring peace and stability to the region and avert another civil war that was raging on. Federal government should handle the situation carefully because his large followers of IPOB wouldn't resort to violent revolt. Federal government should handle the situation carefully because his large followers of IPOB wouldn't resort to violent revolts. His trial should be strictly based on law of the land. They shouldn't kill him because it would destabilize the entire country. So that is the Igbo response to that. But quickly he moves, our Niger Delta boy, Asari Dokubo seeks to move into that space. So this will be a long-winded one. So I'll read this one out and come into the room to see if anybody is available to take this on as a topic. Fall of Nnamdi Kanu and Asari Dokubo's vow to end his evil empire. No man is too great for a nation to conquer. Nnamdi Kanu came into reckoning after the Buhari administration breasted the tape of victory in 2015. Before that time, he was only a cipher who trafficked in hate, conspiracy theories, and supremacist ideas on the fringe of social media groups and broadcast channels. But the disaffection of a section of the Southeast with the government provided him the ammunition to take his pernicious pursuit to savage heights as he fed his. So let's just see where this space actually speaks to Asari Dokubo, because this is one of those clownish people that like to write in long-winded prose. So let's just see the Asari Dokubo bits of it, and then we'll go straight to that. So Kanu lost. I'm just skipping through a whole suite of paragraphs just to land where the Asari Dokubo element is. Kanu lost the plot when he took up arms against the state. He lost whatever meaning his agitation, which is not in the interest of the Igbos, by the way, when he provoked bloody attacks against citizens in the southeast. He lost it there. A few days ago, Asari Dokubo, former Niger Delta warlord, did a broadcast vowing to bring down the evil empire of Nnamdi Kanu. These were Dokubo's words. Nnamdi Kanu, I am not in your category, but for this, I will make sure to bring you down. I will destroy this evil empire that is working as a hindrance to the restoration of Biafra. Biafra is your business now. You have no other avenue for gaining income. It is a pity how Igbo people have fallen for this evil, but your time is up. I am out for you. I will get you. So that is the missive from Asari Dokubo, who you can be certain will move quickly to try and occupy the vacuum now that will no doubt be left by Nnamdi Kanu's arrest. It was reported. Okay, let me leave it there for a moment and come into the room to see if anybody is actually here to take it on as a topic. So, Adale Koko, we see you. Engineer, we see you. Ovie, we see you. And Ola, we see you. So, Engineer, to you first. What a development.
Well, good evening, everyone, and good evening, one man.
Well, we.
Good evening. Good evening.
Yeah, good morning to other people, to be honest. And you see, I seriously don't know why this guy make the move. I don't know why. I don't know what really happened. What goes to his head to leave England? It's shocking. It's really shocking because things like this, you're a hotspot in that country that. The leaders, they are vampires. They are
why did you say to leave England?
Why did he have to leave?
Where was he arrested?
He was arrested in Cameroon.
Are you sure?
100%.
Okay, let me bring you this narrative then, because there's a lot of speculations, and this is one of the more delicious ones. So this is the speculation for his arrest. Kanu loves women a lot. As an unbridled sex maniac, he goes for anything under skirt, even though he's married with kids. So this is what they are claiming, that it was a honey trap. So let me bring.
No. What
have you heard the Brazil narrative?
Brazil narrative.
Have you heard that?
No, not yet.
Okay. Let me bring it to you then. Kanu was wooed with a beautiful Nigerian lady who was secretly working for the NIA, National Intelligence Agency. He was wooed to Brazil. He arrived at the hotel waiting for his would-be sex mate, only for him to find out that the hotel is a haven for security agents controlled by the Nigerian state. He was immediately tranquilized with a high dose of an anxiety drug, then tucked into an already waiting Cadillac and driven to the Santiago International Airport, where a private jet was already waiting to fly him to Nigeria. He came into the country on Sunday. President Buhari was not even aware of the capture of this man Kanu. It was an ultra-secret mission, a mission hidden even from the commander-in-chief himself. But as soon as he was informed, Buhari cancelled his trip to London so he could be the one, so he could have a one-on-one chat with Nnamdi Kanu. So all manners of speculation. It was caught apparently in a honey trap sting in what's it called in Brazil.
Yeah,
sorry, engineer, before you proceed, let me bring to attention of one man. Now, why saying in the morning that I didn't want to talk so early. Now, have you read that of Reno Omokri?
What is he saying?
He said he was rearrested in Kenya and detained illegally. That's another version, right?
There you go.
What is so certain here is that Nigeria government kidnapped Kanu.
Yes.
So I was saying, when they said UK in the morning, I was saying I doubted it so much because you arrested someone in the UK without going to the court and repatriated. That was why I was saying I wanted to be very careful.
It is almost certain, because the people with the most expertise in this area are usually the Mossad, which is the Israeli Secret Services, or agents are acting outside of them. So mercenaries or with Mossad training, almost certainly. But however, whatever, NNAMDI Kanu previously eating fish and chips on the streets of London, now eating tuwo shinkafa in Showore's former prison cell in the tuwo shinkafa in Showore's former prison cell and Zone 2 DSS facility.
See, this is what happened. This guy want to come in, sneak in Nigeria, see the people, and do a short video and disappeared, and come back to UK and shoot the video. He want to boycott Nigerian government, but unfortunately, I don't know who set him up. Like I said, it's a plan work. He could have remained in England. I don't know why. You're a hotspot to that country. I don't see reason why you just decide. And honestly, anyone who advises him to leave England, then that means the person is working with Nigerian government. That's just the truth.
So a lot of commentaries coming out. The Asari Dokubo angle, of course. Joe Igbokwe are celebrating, which you think is an act of treachery, and you can expect the backlash from that. El Rufai's son poking and mocking, saying that they should lock him in a cell with cows, and Ohaneze in Digbo saying that this guy is not really one of us, but we have to support him anyway. So they are distancing themselves, even though they are trying to say that
man, I keep saying it. The problem of South-South, the problem of South-East is lack of communication, lack of coming together and work as a one team. This is what is affecting that zone, and that's why you see it's going to be hard. It's going to be tough for Nigerians to move forward, because in between themselves, they betray themselves. That's just the truth. Now, some time ago, last week, I think it was last week or 2 weeks ago, when some people said they'll give 100 million naira or so if somebody capture NNAMDI Kanu. Imagine that. So the people now will be sitting down. It's really, really sad. It's completely sad. When you come to Asari Dokubo, Asari Dokubo, our top man, he knows what he's doing. Like I said, Alhaji, remember Alhaji.
Because of course, Asari Dokubo is going to move very quickly to try and occupy the vacuum that is going to be created by NNAMDI Kanu's arrest, because there's going to be a huge gap in the Biafra narrative now, and of course a vast amount of money in that space. So you expect a lot of infighting within the next few weeks or so as people scramble to occupy that space.
Asari Dokubo will be in a mission for Nigerian government. One, he has a mission to go and meet militants in the creek. That's one. Two, he has a mission now to go and meet the Biafrans, the people of the Biafrans in their own territory. So he has two missions to go and do for Nigerian government. Those are the things that he will go after, and they will give him a lot of money to go and make sure everything is calmed down. This is what
all right, thank you, engineer. Let's go to Sally. Sally, what a development, what a day. We were just here yesterday, just doing the fat over some nonsensical whatever it is. I can't even remember what we're talking about, but now a sort of seismic shift in the Nigerian political space, and then the Kanu, the big fish, the Alpha one, the Dondela one of the Igbo people, now eating a tuwo shinkafa, according to engineer, in the Showore's former cell, level 1, room 32, Kirikiri Central.
My brother, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I mean, what a day.
Honestly, in fact, I was at some point, in tears, and at other times, I just had to pull myself together and know that, because I remember in my childhood, I always go by my own personal experiences and references. When armed robbers, the first time we moved to Port Harcourt, when armed robbers attacked the house, and I remember going under the mattress. And so I'm in that kind of mood where going under the mattress probably would not even save me.
No, you can't hide away from this.
Exactly. So basically, what is going on now it just shows the uselessness of the Nigerian nation. Because to start with, this is a guy that has actually, come out with his own. It's not just him. Look, Biafra is not about NNAMDI. It's not only about NNAMDI Kanu is one person.
Is it not though? Because what this is going to do, sorry to interrupt you, is going to set that place ablaze. Because like I said, there's a vast amount of money in that organization. There'll be jostling for positions for somebody to fill the vacuum that is going to be created by, because you won't hear from him again. They won't even except when his lawyers meet him and then he will send notes by his lawyer, but you won't hear from him again. So all that
It don't matter.
Yeah,
it don't matter if we don't hear from him. Recently I was even just watching BBC. There was a case about a boy that was sentenced to hanging at 18 years old in as far back as 19 whatever, we were not even born, but that case was reopened. This is Britain, right? And let's say he was here and he was arrested here, perhaps would have had a better case. But having said that, Britain is a leading authority in world order. And so even me, once I just heard this thing, I thought it was a joke. I heard it from one of my leaders. I thought this was a joke. And then when I looked on TV, I saw, I've seen things on on Twitter and all that. So immediately I called my ward leader. Listen, because here it don't matter, even if we're Black Lives don't matter. But when you bring out emotion, it has to be deliberated upon. And if it's deliberated upon, it can go as open as it can be. I've called my ward leader already, and I say I want the number of our MP, who's luckily is even a southerner, Florence Shalomi. Basically we campaigned and put her in power here in Lambeth. Are
you asking your MP to go and release Nnamdi Kanu from there?
No, it will come up. These things have to come up. We're all part
they will debate it in Parliament. The British will send an emissary. They will put a lot of conditions around him. They will insulate him and corset him in legalities to make sure he will get 5-star treatment. He will be treated like it was in a Transcorp Hotel Abuja, Kwagwa. They will even supply him with babes and everything. But the fact is, he will be in custody.
Yeah, maybe so. But the thing is that you have to know that this Biafran thing, even me that I'm not even so serious, I'm even more hurt.
Who is going to drive it?
See, I was looking at a way of negotiating these things, and basically, as far as I'm concerned, like I've stated it before in this show, Nigeria is a crumbled and failed state as far as I'm concerned in trajectories, and presently the worst of it has been with this particular government of Buhari. The nation has totally failed in every way, economically and so on.
Answer me this, Celibis. Who is going to drive the Biafra narrative now? Who is going to drive it?
Asari said something in the past. I don't think he has said something as of today. I don't think Asari has said anything, but I would have heard it in one of the South or Niger Delta groups or Ijo groups.
So Asari, because the names in contention now, Asari Dokubo, Ucheme4, etc. Asari Dokubo, engineer is telling us that it's almost certainly a Buhari agent. We all know that he loves a dollar equally as much. It's going to
no. Asari cannot betray the cause of the suffering people of Nigeria, because in the first place, why did he step in? He stepped in because things were going wrong, and he carried out his own militancy and everything. And he wasn't even the biggest of the militants, because we know for sure when MEND was actually acting, it was actually under the leadership of Henry Oka, not him. When he was arrested, he was arrested because he went to Abuja and blah blah blah, and basically maybe that was the time he picked up some little things and he kind of backed out. But since after Asari was not part of MEND, mind you, he was his own militancy group was different from MEND. That's what you have to know. And since then, MEND has also transcended into what we now know as the Niger Delta Adventures, which is partly Igbo and partly some Igbo this thing are inside there, and also the of course the Ijo.
Okay. Sally, let's just bring the focus back to Nnamdi Kanu. Arraigned, of course, in front of Justice Binta Nyako to continue his trial. His lawyer was not there when he was arraigned, but he chose to speak on his own behalf to address the court. So, of course, we've heard Nnamdi Kanu speak endlessly, and the expectation that I was expecting, of course, was for him to go, you jam Jawid idiot, you a fulefu bastard and whatnot, but he was quite contrite in this instance, and this is what he has to say. He said his disappearance from Nigeria was due to the unlawful invasion of his house by security agents, an operation that resulted in the death of many innocent people, according to him. So this is how he addressed this Fulani justice now, not as Jan Darid or Ifulefu, but it starts off, my lord, my house was invaded and people were killed. I would have been killed too if I had not hid myself. That was why I was unable to attend the court. He said, according to reports, I would have been killed the way others were killed when my house was invaded. So this is Kanu now sounding contrite, of course, a marked departure from the usual tonality that we're used to on Radio Biafra. I'll come to you, but let me acknowledge Plenty Waters as super chat. So this is Plenty Water chiming in. In what country did Showore meet up with Nnamdi? Was any other person seen with Nnamdi after he jumped bail aside from Omoyele Showore? So I'm not quite sure what coded messaging you are saying there or what conspiracy theory you are playing to, but thank you for the super chat. Maybe expand on that. But back to you, Celibis. Nnamdi Kanu now contrite, Joe Igbokwe mocking him, El Rufai's son, of course, we know him, and of course the space now is just a chaos.
I mean, Joe Igbokwe is a rascal. Basically, he's an idiot. I don't know what to call him. I'm sorry. I don't want to say obnoxious words in your platform, because I know how it is, to run your own media thing. But Joe Igbokwe is one guy who is so contrived and who is just so after money, who's so greedy. And he just, basically he's a comedian. I'll call him, in French. I don't know what to call him now. He's just a comedian, So I'm not even going to take him seriously or any statements that is made. We just know Joe Igbokwe is only after one thing, and that is his own impoverished survival.
The almighty dollar.
His own impoverished survival in life, because poverty is not even about money. It's mostly to do with the mind. If you're poor, you're poor. If you're rich, you're rich. Even if you don't have equity or you don't have liquidity, you're rich. Because you know yourself and you know where you're coming from and you know your strengths. So that is it. I will not even listen to Joe Igbokwe because he's a nonsense man. It's not somebody I will consider in Nigerian politics. Anyway,
this is why I keep saying, there is no teamwork in that South. This is the problem of the Southerners. They rather keep betraying themselves. But look at how the Northerners, they work in one voice and they do something in one voice. And this is why I keep emphasizing.
Engineer, you're so correct. Let me tell you, you are very, very right. And this is the thing, because basically, we the South people, right? We did our own little bit and then we gave up. Mind you, we gave up because of Jonathan, and that's what people have to try and understand. We wanted to give Jonathan a chance to basically change the story and change the events and make it work out for everybody. But Jonathan was like in a very also very tight position, whereby he needed the Fulani oligarchy. You have to answer them first. So he had to go through all those, and then by the time he's coming to the Yoruba didn't want to listen again, and everything fell apart for him.
So sorry, finish that thought. Yeah.
Basically, he wanted to try and secure that side, the North, which is the one that rules us, whether we like it or not. Even Britain is not even ruling us anymore as much as the North is ruling us. And if they are ruling us because of the North, it's only because from day one, we've all only just realized that they had some kind of contract with the Fulani to basically put us in this particular slavery and situation where we are right now.
All right, thank you.
Hold
Hold on. Thank you, Sally. I want to bring Diopa in, but before I bring you in, Diopa, let me introduce these two other elements to the narrative. So Nnamdi Kanu on easy calm in southeast as soldiers flood major towns. So they've thrown the troops out and to surrender the entirety of the eastern region. On easy calm in the southeast as soldiers flood major towns. There is palpable tension in parts of Enugu and Abia State after Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB, was arrested by the Nigerian authorities as military personnel have flooded major highways. Some residents confirmed to correspondents, saying the heavy presence of security personnel, mainly policemen and soldiers, has been noticed in the past few days. One of the residents of Ohafia community of Abia State said following the development, they are awaiting videos of Nnamdi Kanu and wanted him to address them. Many people find it difficult to believe the report because there are no videos to support the claim Nnamdi Kanu has been arrested. If Kanu is truly arrested, the youth of the southeast in our usual practice will defend him, a resident said. Soldiers have been all over Enugu town in Enugu state for the past few days. We are still wondering what could have happened. They are on major roads in Abia too. But one thing is clear, the voice of the people cannot be subdued. Maybe the military will kill everyone in the southeast and start living there, another resident said. Correspondents earlier reported Nnamdi Kanu was picked up at a location in Africa. So this is now narrowing it down. So this dispels that Brazilian narrative. Had been picked up in a location in Africa, and the Nigerian government only decided to be manipulative about details. He was not arrested in London or anywhere in the United Kingdom. Diplomats confirmed that Kanu was picked up somewhere in Africa. The family and IPOB are very unhappy. Apparently, they have known about the trailing and arrest for some time, a top source said. Correspondents had earlier reported that the family of Nnamdi Kanu asked the federal government not to manhandle their son, who is currently in the custody of the DSS. Speaking in Umuahia, the Abia State capital, Nnamdi Kanu's younger brother, Emmanuel Kanu, said the IPOB leader stood on the path of truth and committed no crime to deserve any persecution. According to him, Nnamdi was only asking for freedom of Biafrans, which is their fundamental human right, hence his right should be respected. He said the whole world is watching how the Nigerian government will handle Kanu. He further noted that his brother had awakened the consciousness of Nigerians about the goings-on in the country. My brother stood for the truth, and heaven is on the path of anyone standing for the truth. He committed no crime, and the whole world is watching. So let me bring you this one quickly as well, Diopa, and then I'll come to you. This is celebration time, of course, for Joe Igbokwe. Nnamdi Kanu's rearrest. Nigerians now understand why Buhari postponed UK trip. Joe Igbokwe celebrates. Joe Igbokwe, a chieftain of the All Progressive Congress APC, has celebrated the rearrest of Nnamdi Kanu, leader of the indigenous people of Biafra IPOB. Igbokwe, who said Kanu's arrest indicated that it is all over now, said Nigerians now understand why President Muhammadu Buhari postponed his medical trip to the United Kingdom. The special advisor to Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu on drainage and water resources made the remark whilst celebrating the rearrest of Nnamdi Kanu. In a series of posts on his Facebook page, the APC chieftain prayed that the souls of those who lost their lives in the southeast rest in peace. So, Diopa, to you, all of that and what's happened recently. Just speak to the space because we are all befuddled and we don't even know how to contend with it just quite yet. Diopa.
Hello, can you all hear me?
We can. Wow, Sally, we don't know say you're trying to reach that though, but carry on.
Very fine.
Yeah, we thought Bia was our champion. She dumped us this afternoon, and now we have Sally B. Okay, carry on. The upper.
I just want to confirm that you can hear me because I changed my microphone.
No, we can perfectly.
Okay, great. First of all, greetings to everybody in the house. I joined about 20 minutes ago. And when I saw the topic immediately, I knew that I had to participate today because it's for me it was like breaking news. And frankly speaking, from most of the reactions you have read, I still find it hard to believe that he has been caught. Perhaps the only thing that did it for me today was just the statement or the release by Abubakar what's his name? Yeah,
Yeah, Abubakar Malami.
Yes. So at that point I was like, no. Then I think this thing has actually gotten serious. Well, for me, I think the most important thing is to actually reiterate the fact that the Nigerian government, which is a very oppressive regime, is in the habit of chasing the symptoms rather than the source. So for example, somebody says, "Oh, I have a headache." The headache could be just the symptom. There could be some underlying conditions, perhaps maybe something that was transmitted. Of course, it could be hereditary factors. So for me, I think that the government is chasing the symptoms rather than looking for the source to the main problem.
Is this not the end of Solomon Grundy as far as the noise making from the Ipob quarters is concerned? Because of course, take the head off and the body will follow.
Well, woman, frankly speaking, I do not see it from that perspective. Because
Okay.
For me, I have to confess, I'm quite critical of this government because, unfortunately, I just do not understand why, it seems that this government actually, has this selective witch hunting. Sincerely, as much as I know that Nnamdi Kanu's ways of approaching things can be quite crude, but I have to acknowledge the fact that Nigeria is not working for anybody. Whether we want to
No, that's a narrative for a different time, but this particular moment and this particular event, they move because we've always attributed docility and slowness and lack of cranial functioning to this particular administration. But what seems to have played out is that they had been tracking this chap for quite a while now, and then he found himself within some African space. No doubt, engineer was speculating that he wanted to sneak into the Nigerian borders to do a video and sneak out again just to show his potency. But alas, he was being tracked, and this is the result of it now. He's in Ashowore's old room at the DSS facilities in Abuja. So this is the thing now. So whatever else, this is something that has happened within this administration. You remember this guy tried it with Umaru Deko when he wanted to capture him from London back in those days. So this is Buhari's form, and he has shown his hand.
Yeah, well, woman, frankly speaking, we have to look at this thing, in a holistic perspective. Because one thing that this particular event tells us is that the Nigerian government can work if they want to. So for me, I'm looking at it from that perspective that, okay, Nnamdi Kanu has been arrested, fantastic. That means that some high-level intelligence gathering must have gone into the whole process. It must have been tracked, people must have been planted around him and things like that. Now we ask the question, if these guys are so up and doing, then how come we are actually at the place where we are today? Because frankly speaking, I cannot begin to talk about whether it was right to have arrested Nnamdi Kanu or it was not right to have arrested him. Because frankly speaking, Nnamdi Kanu is just one out of the numerous peoples who are actually, dissatisfied with the situation of the country. However, the way we vent our frustrations are totally different. So
because Deopa, if we strip away the frippery and the politicking and the spins, what happened essentially is this: a suspect that was arraigned in court was granted bail due to medical and humanitarian reasons. That suspect jumped bail and escaped the country, which then made him a fugitive. The security forces then set about trying effecting his rearrest, but it had to be slow and paced because it's now in international shores and there are diplomatic elements to that. The security forces eventually succeeded in rearresting this suspect, brought him back within jurisdiction to continue with his trial. Nothing has happened outside of that. So an escapee suspect, some fugitive, has been rearrested by the authorities, is brought back in jurisdiction to continue with his trial. That is all that has happened.
Well, frankly speaking, I know that I've been following this channel for a while. I know that you are very critical of NNAMDI Kanu. You know, I think I've listened to you enough to know that you are very critical of him.
No, I'm very critical of him, but also that is what has happened outside of what I've just described.
Well, I think one of the points that you are actually maybe perhaps ignoring, I don't know if it is on purpose, is the fact that in the first place, on what grounds was NNAMDI Kanu arrested in the first place? Now, Omoyele Sowore had a similar situation. He said revolution now, and all of a sudden, the government went into, you know, a very, very violent or a very, very, you know, because if you ask me, I would say in the first instance, any sect of people who are unarmed, any sect of people who do not cause havoc. I mean, Boko Haram has been there for years, and you know it is really, really sad to even imagine that, you know, that somebody from the north.
Okay, Diopa, you are saying that the charges that they leveled against Kanu to arraign him in the first instance are a bit sketchy. But now that they have rearrested him, the charges are no longer sketchy because a lot has happened since 2017 till now. A lot of it, you know, ESN, unknown gunmen, burning of facilities, acts of secession, moving against the state, all manners of stuff. So there's a lot more now. Almost certainly more charges will be levied now. Now that they have rearrested him, almost certainly.
Well, sincerely, one man, from what you are saying, you know, it's like saying, oh, one man, I tell you to put, I mean, I'll just use a classical example. One man, can you put your hand in the fire? Are you going to do that? NNAMDI Kanu might say whatever it is he has to say. I mean, the people on ground who are
that Second World War argument. I think that I don't think that one will fly. You know.
Yeah. No. I mean, we are not talking about children who are being indoctrinated, who are being asked to go and commit acts of suicide bombing. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about adults. We're talking about mature people who understand, of course, the consequences of the action. I am not in support of destruction at any level. You know why? Because it is even worse when the destruction is being done by the people of the land. In the sense that this is that you have toiled for years to actually build. So I am not in support at any level. But I understand the fact that we are dealing with adults. You know, that's basically the point that I'm trying to pass across.
Okay, Diopa, stay with us. Let me shuffle Ola and Engineer to bring Mike and Ovie in, but then I'll bring you back. It's just so to sweep up our voices and to hear, especially from those two chaps. So let me shuffle Ola and bring Mike in. So Mike, speak to the space. You know the narrative, you've heard all the feedbacks, we've gone through the timeline. It looks as though this guy was actually arrested in some African country and not in the United Kingdom as we previously speculated, or that rather romantic idea that it was a honey trap. You know what a honey trap is? It's a Soviet technique where they use some pretty girl to lure you into the open and then of course pounce upon you. So that was the romantic narrative that some Brazilian, you know, those, you have, of course, you know what the Brazilian girls look like. You have a Brazilian girlfriend, don't you? So apparently not a honey trap, but something as mundane as trying to flex in a Cameroonian border and being picked up by the jam guards or whatever they are called there. So to that space, Mike.
Oh, so he wasn't arrested in UK.
No, it looks as though they said he was arrested in some African country and the narrowing down now is to Cameroon.
Oh, it makes sense now. It makes sense because when you said it, I didn't believe it this morning. To be honest, I thought
Yeah, no, but obviously, if they say that he was arrested, almost certainly because we know he lives in the UK, so that is the first place to go to. And then a lot of things go around social media. There was one particular rather nice one that some, long-legged, salsa dancing Brazilian babe was toasting him on the internet, and then invite, So I wish that was the case. Actually, if he was arrested, I would have rather he was arrested. Trying to chance some long-legged Brazilian beauty, but there we are. Yeah.
The first arrest it was a similar way. Yeah, so it was a woman that invited.
Honey trappers. Well, apparently, is one for the ladies.
That's true for the ladies now because the first arrest that was the same thing. It was a woman that I was with. Because
no. But in this instance, that was just speculative rumors. But to the narrative, a lot of people coming out to make
Mike goes on like that.
Yeah.
Mike is always going on really rather, very, please get constructive.
Mike.
Because you're not even a different man from
Mike brings us the commentary from the Mushin angle. You bring us the commentary from the Victoria Island angle, and I am in Surulere trying to strike the balance. So
she think I'm making something up. The first arrest wasn't he with a woman? Like wasn't it a woman?
Which woman was he with? His wife was even there.
The first arrest?
The first arrest. I'm talking about the first arrest when he came. And if he was a woman in court, you, Mike, how many girlfriends you have? Please, I beg, let's go to the serious point. I'm not interested.
You don't make the same mistake twice.
You are just a man like every other man, Nigerian man. So please, we don't need all that.
But Mark has the right to express his opinion now. What is the big deal?
What opinion? Why is it that men? Most Nigerian men are hypocrites, and that's why I'm telling you. You, including you, all of you are hypocrites. Nigerian men are hypocrites.
Are you not the same too?
But that's just
I stand for Nigerian women, whatever we are. But I'm telling you that Nigerian men are hypocrites.
Okay, let's go to.
Love men like that. So don't.
Because when you guys sit down in your bar, you carry.
Let's leave that to one side.
You don't say anything.
Let's leave that. Hold on.
I beg you, we have better words.
Why are you jumping on?
Okay.
Please, I did not come to this show because of you. So please, yesterday, leave me alone.
That is just an aside.
Leave me alone. We are going through a lot of stress right now.
The sad news is that he was arrested, so the circumstances of his arrest is subject to speculation. So if he was going to be arrested at all, I would have preferred the Brazilian narrative just because it's a bit more delicious than any other one. But let me take Alexander's super chat. So Alexander via super chat, guess he tried to use his escape route, jumping bail to sneak back in. He got carried away, obviously, if it is true. Extremely sad moment in the history of Nigeria. So speaking to that narrative now that he perhaps tried to come back into Nigeria just to make a mocking video or something, no doubt, and then of course he was caught up in that. Let me see, where is okay, so that's plenty of water, super chat. Let me acknowledge this as well. Should we think United Kingdom will be comfortable with a group that he is forming? Should we think United Kingdom will be comfortable with the group that he's forming military formations and command in another country to freely exist and organize and hold meetings in their kingdom? So he essentially indicating that the United Kingdom will be happy to see the back of NNAMDI Kanu. So thank you for the super chat as well. So to you now, Mike, a lot of our commentaries coming out in the space. NNAMDI Kanu, of course, sounding contrite now that is in court, referring to Justice Binta as my lord, and sounding quite contrite and civil. Not sounding contrite and civil. Malam El Rufai's son saying that they should lock NNAMDI Kanu up with the cows, and not sounding at all civil. Joe Igbokwe, his fellow Igbo man, breaking out in songs and praises regarding the arrest of his fellow tribesman. So NNAMDI Kanu rearrested. Shocking news. Ohaneze, of course, speaking to the space as well. But you speak to the space, Mike.
Well, the guy talking nice to the judge now. Now he don't harm himself. Well, anyway, this is what I see. See, NNAMDI Kanu, right? The way I see the whole thing going right now is, if he hands up if Buhari doesn't kill him, and if Buhari is sent him to prison.
No, I don't think he will, because that would be
Yeah,
the most foolish
yeah.
thing he will ever do.
Exactly. So if you just send him to prison, now the chance of him getting out of prison will be if a Igbo president comes in 2023, right? Now the same NNAMDI Kanu has killed the chance for an Igbo presidency because he has like destroyed that chance of people voting. You understand? So
I think a Yoruba president will free him as well, just as a token towards the Igbos.
no, the thing is that the Yoruba president may have desire to free him, but he won't do it because if he does it, then he has to give up his second term. Because the Yoruba president, the way he's going to win the election, he's going to win the northern vote, and he's not going to win the Igbo vote, or he's going to win maybe most of the Yoruba votes. So now it will be a political suicide for him to now release Kanu during his term, when knowing that he has to run for second term, right? And if he does release Kanu, that means the Northerners will never vote for him in second term. So the Yoruba president will not release him. So the only president that would have released him would have been Igbo president. You understand? So he himself has killed that politics for the Igbos, because now the vote that would have gone to because there was a strong chance of an Igbo president becoming the next president. But
A Fulani president might release him as well. President like El Rufai, he would release him just to make good, and just as a token to the Igbos.
The only person that will have a desire, not even a desire, but just as a issue of necessity because of emotional and historical event, will be an Igbo president, Igbo person. You understand? If you even look, even some of these Igbo that are feeling uncomfortable about him being arrested, they don't like him now. People like the Johannes that you mentioned, he has been insulting them.
They don't like him. This is what they said. Their narrative is that we don't like you, but we just have to speak in your defense because you are one of us. Yeah.
Antecedents,
Yeah.
So that's why they have to speak the way they speak. Like, okay, you can't just say, even though we don't like him, or we have to try to speak for him to be released and things like that. There's only Igbo space that can, speak like that. But the guy will not come out until there will be an Igbo president. And before we have another Igbo president, first of all, the next presidency will be a Yoruba president who's going to rule for 8 years. And now we'll go back to the north. The northern person will rule for another 8 years before it transfer an Igbo president, which is 6. That will be what? 8 plus 8. 16 years. So he should be prepared to spend. So the guy should be ready to spend 16 years.
So you don't see him pretty much coming out for the foreseeable.
He's not coming out. The Igbo person will become president. He's not.
Mike, you're a dreamer. You're just a dreamer.
But how do you see that permutation? How do you see that permutation, Sally? How do you see that permutation?
That permutation
because certainly he's not going to be released during Buhari's administration. I think we can all agree on that. But going forward, how do you think his release can be effected, Nnamdi Kanu, now that he's in custody?
The British government is going to get him out. I'm telling you that.
Okay.
You know why? The British are not as uncivilized as all these our ruffians.
No matter how
civilization, man. Excuse me, let me make my point. Even if they are uncivilized, they have a way of reasoning. They are the most diplomatic entity in the world, so they know that they cannot afford to have that kind of what would I call it, negative impression by the Nigerian communities, even in this UK, of which the Igbos are quite a lot, including Yorubas who were like, how did you allow this to happen? Let me tell you, just wait. In the next 24 hours or so, we're going to hear something from the British government, yeah? We're going to hear something from them. So you just hold on, Mike.
No,
because things are not just rough the way they are rough.
The Americans huffed and puffed when Sowore was picked up. The British will huff and puff, but they're never going to let him go.
The British are much better than Americans when it comes to taking a stance when they decide to. The problem with us that live in the UK is that we do not realize that this is the most workable government when it comes to lobbying. They're the most diplomatic people that you can actually get into. Yes, because they have stakes. They have stakes of Shell. They have stakes of so many companies and everything going on in Nigeria and all that in terms of their economy. So they're not going to just allow Buhari to just do as he likes, because already they can see that the agitations are on the incremental as far as the south and even the middle belt is concerned.
You remember, of course, how the British moved their dope politics when they told the government that we know where all your money is here.
Exactly.
Let's hear from Emmanuel. Emmanuel, good to have you. What do you say to this development? The Alpha One of the Igbo people, Nnamdi Kanu, he was eating fish and chips in London yesterday, now eating burukutu in Kuje prison. Was it South?
One man, stop it, man.
Emmanuel.
What I can say concerning that. Hello, can you hear me very well?
Yeah, perfectly. Carry on.
Can you hear me very well?
Yes, carry on.
Hello?
Carry on.
Okay, I said history is repeating itself. History is repeating itself again. If you could remember 1982, when Buhari, as a military head of state, the same thing happened to Marudiko.
Yes, we remember.
From Britain there, the same thing happened. But on this case now of Nnamdi Kanu, is that if on the case of Nnamdi Kanu now, why it is difficult for us to start analyzing right now is that they are looking at the reaction of the masses. Number one, this evening, the spokesman of
Ohaneze.
Yoruba agitator.
Afenifere.
No.
Sunday Igboho.
No, Sunday Igboho, his spokesman, Koiki. Yes, Sunday Igboho, his spokesman quickly condemned that act. So we don't know the reaction that will come from that left wing. Are you getting me? Now,
no, we do. We do. So hold on. We know the reactions because this is hold on. We know the reaction because this is a set play. Sowore has come out to ask for his immediate release. Sunday Igboho via his spokesman will say the same thing. Afenifere will say it. Femi Fani-Kayode will say it. Reno Omokri will say it, and all of the usual Deji Adeyanju will say it. All the usual talking heads. Femi Falana will come and quote. He will come and quote Constitution. So we know what everybody will say. Even before they say it, we know they will say it because they are obliged to say it because it speaks to their space. They will say it, but Buhari, of course, will throw it in the bin and he will continue to sip his whatever that they sip in Fulani land.
Woman, I think those Igbos that are agitating for Udua Republic, I think if they are really interested in their movement, they should stay away from Kanu's case.
No, they won't because they came out just a week or so ago to say that an attack against IGBOLAND is an attack against.
Look.
Hold on. Let's hear from Emmanuel because it's a new voice here. Let's hear from Emmanuel. Emmanuel, carry on. And then Sally, Alexander speaks to you via Super Chat. So we'll hear from Emmanuel and then Alexander will speak to you via Super Chat.
For us to analyze.
Carry on, Emmanuel. Emma?
For us to analyze this very well, is that let's see the reaction of what will happen. Let's see the reaction of what will happen between now to the next 2 weeks. And feel that if there is so much violence in eastern part of Nigeria, hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Just if we can't hear you, then if I don't tell you we can't hear you, then know that we can. So just carry on. It's the network, isn't it? Just carry on.
Are you hearing me very well?
We can, but just speak. Otherwise, oh goodness.
Hello.
We can hear you. Yes, we can. Look, hello? Thumbs up. We can hear you. Thumbs up.
Hello?
Can you see me? I'm speaking and thumbing you up as well. So carry on.
Okay. Then I still say that it's still young for us to start analyzing right now. Because the federal government are watching the reaction of the masses, especially the Southeast. If the violence in the Southeast increase as a virtue of this arrest, they will come for negotiation. They will come.
No, they will not. They will not. No. Hold on. They will not. Did you? Hold on, Emmanuel. No. You are speaking to fallacy. You are speaking to fantasy.
Hold on. The first
Okay.
time that NNAMDI Kanu was being arrested under this same Buhari watch, the first time was being arrested, the first demand of the Niger Delta was
Oh, okay. Well, it's just the system where Emmanuel is. That is what is. Well, we might move on shortly if the system is not working. But to that space that you're speaking, they've already put soldiers out.
They are watching the reaction of the masses, but on a very flatter road, let's say that without the reaction of the people, it still depends, because right now the street of the presidency is dicing. And right now, any politician from any zone, even Atiku can come out under the flag bearer of PDP and talk to people in the east. Once you vote.
Okay, we're struggling to hear you, so I'll come back to you in a bit. But we've lost you to boot. So what has happened essentially, Ajale Koko, the narrative, if we're just to sum it in just a short, sharp, crisp sentences, once upon a time there was a guy from Umuahia who came out to speak to a space of a romantic Nanya space called Biafra. He was subsequently picked up by a Fulani and locked up in DSS facilities. The end. So effectively the end of this Biafra narrative essentially is what we are talking about now. Ajale Koko.
His arrest is not the end of Biafra. I believe it's going to strengthen the Biafran cause.
How so? Come on now. I mean, don't speak to sympathy. Don't speak to curry favor. Don't speak to make friends. Speak to, you're an intelligent man. Now, what are you talking about?
Okay.
Are you trying to make friends? Are you looking to make friends? This is not Tinder.
No. It's going to strengthen them. And the government is scared, and that is why they took all the Nigerian troops to the south, to eastern Nigeria.
Of course, they know that there's going to be almost certainly a response, and they're looking to quell it very quickly. There'll be almost certainly skirmishes for a day or two. The overwhelming numbers of our military forces will settle it down. They will stay in situation for a month or two, and life will carry on. This is the end of the narrative.
Their action is going to further expose them as, a criminal.
No, come on.
Hold on.
No, we've been exposing them for 6 years now. When are we going to expose them fully? When are we going to strip them naked?
Yeah. Hold on.
Carry on. Yeah.
In the eastern Nigeria, they took all the troops that they were supposed to take to the bush to flush out terrorists, to flush out kidnappers, to flush out bandits.
But that is that. No. You see, this is why I'm accusing you of trying to make friends. Don't try and make friends because nobody wants to be your friend. Listen, Ajanle Koko. Don't try and make friends. I know you are trying to curry favor. The spike in activity in Nigeria is almost certainly going to be in the east, at least for the next few weeks to few months. So of course they will move the military infrastructures there because that is going to be the hub of activities. All these are skirmish, all these are going on of banditry. This is traditional and day-to-day things that they're battling, but the spike almost certainly in activities is going to be from the east. And of course, I mean, that is 101 military training, isn't it? You move the architecture, the equipment, the military assets, the security assets to where the most threat will be coming from. What, Abi?
So, are you telling me, one man, that NNAMDI Kanu and Ipob are more dangerous or of more threat than the terrorist killing?
They are not traditionally. They are not traditionally, but that space is where it is potentially the most volatile space at the moment.
That is why I'm saying their action will further expose them as criminal administration that is committing genocide against their own people. Peaceful and loving people are not criminal. Igbos in the eastern Nigeria are not criminal.
Okay,
Alright?
I think I agree with that. No, I don't even think, because Igbos are the most honest and hardworking, straightforward people you ever meet.
They are not criminal.
Engineer.
So now taking troops to go and harass and disturb peace of people, peace-loving people. I mean, that is wrong completely, Mr. Woman. That is totally wrong. And look, it's going to escalate further than the way we are seeing it. They have this, like, you know, you went and opened you know,
a kind of worms, or like stare an honest nest, more an honest. How do you say that phrase? Sally, you are the English speaker. Honest nest or something. Yeah.
So honesty,
because
humility.
Now you can see Showore, Adeyanju, all these guys we take to the street and we arrest.
Yeah,
them.
but have they ever left? Have they ever left the street? Aluta, they will do Aluta.
Yes, they will take to the street.
Have they ever left the street?
Yes, the other people will join them. They will probably arrest them, and that will further escalate this thing.
Where will that escalation come from? People will go about their day to day. People will huff and puff and then go about their day. But hold on, Adanle Koko. Alexander has been speaking to Sally B, so let's share his words with her. So Alexander's super chat gets towards Sally B. Sally B, my dear sister, easy on the dear. Alexander, you get excitable when you say all these pretty women. Now, Sally B, my dear sister, the United Kingdom won't intervene because he has dual citizenship, unfortunately. America will go the extra mile for their citizens, not the United Kingdom, especially as a black British citizen. So dual nationality, because of course he carries a Nigerian passport as well. So that gives them Nigerian jurisdiction over him, and is of course in Nigerian shores, which gives them even a stronger hold over him. So that is what Alexander is saying to you, Celebi, via super chat. So you are his dear sister now, and a dear sister to all of us. Plenty Waters super chat. Every Biafran is a threat to the British and every Western environment the moment Nnamdi Kanu started rolling the military beret, acting like a military commander and giving orders. So no sympathy going in the direction of Nnamdi Kanu from Plenty Water, or is he just speaking to the truth as he knows it? So that is Plenty Water's super chat. But whilst I still have the floor, let me shuffle a little bit to bring Ayo in. So Ola, let me shuffle you. I know you've not spoken yet, but let's hear from Adanle Koko. You still have the floor, so finish your thought, and then we hear from Ayo, and then we take a sounding from Sally B, and then we do the rounds again. So Adanle Koko, finish your thought.
So it's just the beginning that we have seen. We have not got into the race yet. We have just seen the beginning of the race. So when we got into the real race, then we will see that this government has committed the wrong, they have taken the wrong step, that we pull them down, because they have a lot of Nnamdi Kanu to kill and put to jail. They are all over the place. They are in Yoruba land. They are everywhere. They are ready to face them.
But let me tell you something. Do you know how Ojukwu died?
Ojukwu?
Yes. Ojukwu died. Yes.
Odumegwu Ojukwu.
Yes, Odumegwu Ojukwu died peacefully in the loving arms of his very beautiful wife, Bianca. A lot of lives, close to 1 million, were lost, of course, to that Biafran narrative back in the 60s. So these people trooping to the streets in anger, I wouldn't encourage that, and neither should you. Because they'll just get wasted, and at the end of it all, Nnamdi Kanu will be released as part of some political negotiation in the future, and on he will carry with his life, insulated with compensation that will be millions of dollars. This is what usually happens.
What I wanted to realize is that Nnamdi Kanu represents an ideology that cannot be killed. Even you take him to jail or kill him, that ideology will exist. You know why that ideology will exist?
Right.
Because Nnamdi Kanu is standing up against one thing: injustice and unfairness.
I don't believe that, man.
Hold on, Mike.
Oh, shut up, Mike.
Mike, hold on. So he's standing up against injustice and unfairness by the state against Igbo. The same way Igbokwe is standing up against injustice, unfairness, marginalization against Yoruba people. That ideology can never be. Look, we Nigerians have to stand up against this thing. All of you in Britain there, you are all sitting down, we are talking now. You all need to organize and take to the street. You have to pull down that military, that British
well, that will almost certainly happen. You will expect demonstrations in the UK.
Yes. Worse than anything.
Because injustice against one is injustice for all. And that is the problem with we Nigerians. We don't see it that way.
I am almost it's almost certain that they will be at Abuja House tomorrow protesting in large numbers with the flag.
That is the problem with us Nigerians. Sometimes we want to be very tribalistic, and look at things like, oh, this is Igbo eating. It doesn't concern me as Yoruba. Oh, this is Ijo thing.
No. I don't think anybody is saying that. Certainly not. No. What I'm trying to emphasize is that this is a Nigerian event, not even an Igbo event. Forget Nnamdi Kanu being an Igbo man. This speaks to the narrative of injustice and power and control within the Nigerian space. So that chasm, that tension that is always there. Nnamdi Kanu in this instance, Awolowo in the past, Showore as well we've seen, Odumedu Ojukwu we've seen as well. So Nnamdi Kanu is just the latest protagonist, but the narrative essentially a national one. Thank you, Ajanle Koko. I want to bring Ayo into the narrative. Ayo, what says you? So matters have evolved since we last spoke on this. So what are your thoughts now? Ayo, good to have you. And before you come in, 400 people on the stream so far. Thank you. If you are not already,
What happened on the Injam this afternoon? Why those guys are attacking you? What?
I go there to rile them up sometimes, just for my own amusement. But that's just that's fun and games. My Igbo people now, they love me so much. But really, a call out to the people that are new to the platform. It's a no holds bar approach that we engage in here. So we are not going to be shouting Zuhari or Boko Hari, and we're not condemning. So we speak to the facts as we find them, and we try to be intelligent in our approach. So it might not well chime with somebody's narrative, and it might chime with your narrative in other instances. But what we do try to do here is to be factual, devoid of all those parochialisms of tribe and just tribal chanting. So if you want that raw, unadulterated but to the point narrative, and this is an open mic platform as well, anybody listening to the sound of my voice now can come on the screen to assert a position, but then of course I'll be prepared to have that position interrogated. So this is what we do here: a raw, unfiltered but intelligent and hopefully balanced interaction. So if you are new here, click on that red subscribe button, as a lot of the people that you're seeing here have done. Ayo, to you, matters have evolved since we last spoke. So what is now your take of now the developments? Ayo, good to have you again.
Yeah, it's good to be here. So you're absolutely right. It's pretty unfortunate, but I think we're once again losing sight of what's important. So yes, which through whatever ranklings, whether the British are involved, whether Nnamdi Kanu tried to route his flight through an African country, which seems to be the prevailing, the sort of like prevailing thought at this point. Word has it he was intercepted in Kenya, which would mean the British don't have anything to do with it. But then again, Kenya is a British colony, and I'll be hard pressed to think the British don't know something about this. But anyway, that's neither here nor there.
A lot of the reports, Ayo, is saying that it was intercepted on African shores, and a lot of the pointing is towards Cameroon. So what the speculation is that he was trying to sneak in via his escape route to probably come and do some sort of like a video or something, just to show the potency of his reach. So I think that might well be, that is the ongoing narrative, that is the latest narrative that people are working with, of course, matters will continue.
Everyone's coming up with, I mean, we won't know obviously until we know, but everyone's coming up with some different angle regarding how he was apprehended. I've had Kenya in a lot of different
have you heard the Brazilian one, that there was a honey trap that they used some hot babe to lure him to Brazil and then injected him?
No, I'm sure
this is it.
I'm sure a lot of his haters will try to take this opportunity to smear him. So yes, I expect fully that a lot more of his haters will try to inject some ridiculous theories into the mix. But that's not really what we should be focusing on. So I mean, if you ask anyone today what the primary problem in Nigeria is, let me just pose this to you first of all. What is the number one problem? What do you see? Forget about the NNAMDI Kanu, forget about the agitations. What do you see as a Nigerian in diaspora? What is the number one problem facing Nigeria today?
Over and above everything else?
Yes.
I would say insecurity, because of course that is a threat to life.
Right, insecurity due to what?
Bad governance, of course, poor governance. We have an empty.
Let's not muddy the water. You said insecurity. Let's
yes. No. Do you want me to say Fulani headsmen? Is that where you want me to go?
If that's what you want to say, then
no, that is where you are guiding me towards. So I'll go there and give you that and let you build on it. So Fulani headsmen.
Okay, so the outrage should remain on the Fulani headsmen terrorists that are ravaging the country. Everything else is a distraction. This is where we should be focusing our energy. This is where we should be agitating to make sure this never happens again once this terrorist sympathizer or this terrorist in chief leaves power. This is what our focus should be. NNAMDI Kanu is a great man. Some of his methods may be a little suspect. I personally don't approve of violence, but hey, to each his own. But you can't negate the fact that you have a terrorist organization in the Fulani headsmen, supported by a terrorist enabling government, supported by a terrorist social movement called Maeti Yala, supported by another terrorist ethnic.
But we are in the realms of speculation now, because you cannot say categorically. Maeti Yala, yes, but you cannot say Malam Buhari supports the Fulani headsmen terrorizing.
Where is the energy? Where is the animation? Where is the intent to apprehend these Fulani headsmen terrorizing the country through and through?
But what is said in his recent interviews is that they are working covertly to nip it in the bud. Yeah.
Yeah, it's well, we've been waiting 6 years and nothing has been nipped in the bud, so it's all bunk. He's not working covertly to do anything. It's pretty clear what his agenda is, and what enrages me to the point where I can't even, have conversations about this anymore because I get so upset. Is that Nigerians want to distract from what the real problem is. Well, we have a terrorist loving government, and everyone's trying to intellectualize and blame maybe some guy who maybe is taking a pretty raw approach in trying to secure his people. That's not the problem. The problem is we have Fulani terrorists all over the country trying to grab your land, trying to subjugate you, trying to maiming your women.
Yeah, but it's a multiplicity of situations that we have within the Nigerian space.
That's what keeps me up at night. And it kind of doesn't keep me up. Neither does Ipob. Neither does anyone else. No one else is listening to Nigeria over in NNAMDI Kanu except Buhari and his
band of merry men. Exactly. I would agree with that. I would agree with that.
Nigeria is losing any seat over in NNAMDI Kanu except Buhari and his jihadist government officials. So let's just keep the focus where the focus is. Nigeria is in trouble, and we are being blatantly subjugated by a blatant terrorist organization headed by a terrorist in chief. and we're here, discussing whether NNAMDI Kanu is a bad guy or not.
No, but the events of today, you say Nigeria is in trouble, which we all agree. I don't think anybody is disputing that. But would you say that the events of today is a setback towards emancipating ourselves from the situation that we're in now?
So.
Do you think it's a setback for the move to the fight back, the struggle?
I mean, I can see why it would seem so, but I personally don't think so. I think this is going to hasten the inevitable. What's going to happen is whatever was going to happen before that may have taken a year or two is just going to still happen, but it's going to be a lot quicker because people are going to be forced to act. Whether, this is where.
Sorry, who's going to be forced to act?
People are going to be forced to act. They're either going to walk away from this and be like, okay, the game is done. We've lost, or they're gonna be like, okay, well, now's the time to shut.
Which of those two scenarios do you see playing out?
Well, I don't think anyone is comfortable because it all boils down to now. If this was just about corruption, or if this was just about bad leadership, then I would say, yeah, people will probably get over it and move on and be like, yeah, we've had corruption forever, no big deal. This is more than that. This is about people trying to grab your ancestral land, trying to impose their primitive Islamic religion onto you without you being able to do anything. At the arrowhead of the fight back against this rather gruesome scenario that you just painted, this doomsday scenario, at the arrowhead of the fight back of that, of course, is the IPOB movement. So what future now do you see for the IPOB movement off the back of the events of today? How do you see that movement going forward? What do you think will happen? Well, I'm sure they have some sort of leadership structure. I don't think. I mean, they seem to be a well-funded, well-organized.
Yeah, but are they a one-man band?
Well, of course they're not. I mean,
no, not essentially, but in impact and resonance.
So sure, maybe their spiritual leader, the guy who gives them the most oomph would be NNAMDI Kanu, but it doesn't mean that that's the end of the road for Ipob. The question is,
do you not see? Sorry, Ayo. Sorry,
what
carry
crime has NNAMDI Kanu committed besides trying to protect his people? Is he invading Kanu and saying that is he trying to force everyone to drink beer in Kanu? I mean, what's this guy's crime? Tell me.
No, but it's agitating for secession within. This is just the Nigerian government. I'm just so nobody come for me. It's agitating for. Who am I bouncing off? Am I bouncing off you? Are you?
You're not.
It's agitating for secession from the Nigerian state, which in interpretation would be an act of.
And haven't you seen videos of him stating that he wants Nigeria to stay together? This is many years ago. If we could restructure.
No, I saw that with the interview with Zainab Ahmed. Yeah, I saw it.
Right. So exactly. So it seems like they've given him no choice.
Yes, and then there's the element of the Eastern Security Network, which is a non-governmental paramilitary structure within the enclaves of a sovereign nation. So like a guerrilla outfit.
Before the British stitched us together, Yoruba Nation was a sovereign entity, and so was Biafra Land, and so was Arawa.
Yes, but a paramilitary organization, nevertheless.
I'm not going to die with some fake union that the British decided to stick together. I don't think any Nigerian who has any intelligence at all should die on that mountain.
But a lot of Nigerians have either for or against. A lot of Nigerians have either for or against. On that mountain.
And that's a decision for each and every Nigerian to make. But I can clearly understand why it makes no sense for anyone who is steeped in his ethnic history to feel that it's ridiculous.
Off the back of the events of today, should we now expect a petering down and a fading back, almost fading away of this a secessionist narrative, both Oduduwa and Biafra. So is this now the end of Solomon Grundy, essentially? Are we now at the beginning of the end of this now narrative that's played out for a couple of years now?
As long as someone is trying to grab my ancestral land, absolutely not. And that problem is not going away. This is where we should be expending our energy, because things are just beginning to come to a head, in the sense that, sure, they've caught, you know, the spiritual leader, the emotional leader, the guy who is most trustworthy in the Eastern space. They've caught him. It doesn't mean that that thought process or ideology is going to waver in any way, shape, or form. Sure,
it did in its first incarnation. It did in its first incarnation. In the first incarnation of the Biafran narrative, this is in the 60s, when Ojukwu was taken out of the equation, it petered away.
Well, maybe so. Maybe he petered away, and then NNAMDI Kanu came about, right? 40 years later. So maybe in NNAMDI Kanu, I doubt that he's going to get away this time, because of what happened the last time. There will be more. And people like me who were completely disinterested in this situation a year ago have awoken to what's going on, and a lot more people are going to spend the whatever currency they have, whether it's intellectual or resources or military or whatever it is. So there's nothing wrong fighting for freedom, from fighting your freedom. And anyone who tells you that you're wrong to fight for your freedom and you're wrong to fight for your people's freedom is an asshole, and you shouldn't give that person any credence, no matter what. No matter how long you feel like you've been entrapped and enslaved in the Nigerian system, do not feel like your freedom is negotiable. This is ridiculous. It's kind of ridiculous that we have the kind of leadership we do, and then people are still demonizing this guy more than they're demonizing the Fulani herdsmen. It makes absolutely no sense to me.
Ayo, somebody super chats in agreement with your position, and I'm especially. Can you tone down your system a little bit, Ayo? I'm getting feedback from you. Somebody super chats in agreement with your position, and I'm especially intrigued by this super chat for several reasons. The first ever super chat from Nigeria, I never even knew that you could super chat from Nigeria, but a super chat from Nigeria in the Nigerian Naira currency. So I'm especially, that I'm chuffed by that. Not so much for the super chat, but really to see that super chats can come out of Nigeria. So the chap's name, Gino, he goes by, and this is what he has to say. Garba Shehu is on record on Channels Television saying Miyetti Allah is a legal stakeholder in the government of Nigeria. Saying the government enabling terrorism is speculation is disingenuous at best. So this is what he has to say to align with your political leanings, Ayo. So thank you, Gino, for that, for your comment one, and especially for making me aware that you can super chat from Nigeria. So I'm chuffed by that. So back to you, Ayo. Now, Miyetti Allah, of course, they have not been designated as a terrorist group, and if they designate them as a terrorist group, then that will be at least a good 20 to 30% of the Nigerian insecurity problem solved.
Right, exactly. And who elected Miyetti Allah again? Did anyone vote for Miyetti Allah? Did you vote for them? Do you know anyone in Nigeria who voted for them? Why do they have so much? They
have an office in Asari Dokubo, apparently. This is what we have.
One man and everyone else.
No, we are outraged at that. I mean, there's no shortage of where to place outrage within the Nigerian space. We're outraged that somebody like Isa Pantami is collating data on Christian Southerners when he's a self-avowed fundamentalist and a jihadist and a religious extremist. So a lot to rage about. But thank you, Ayo. Stay with us for as long as you can. Ola, what enrages you though, because you can hear from Ayo that he's just barely able to contain himself. Can you contain yourselves though, Ola, as you speak to the space? Ola, to you.
Yeah, I think Ayo has spoken very well, and he has said everything that I've supported in the past. And the only thing, to first of all start with this thing, the only thing I want to say is that at least I'm glad that it was not United Kingdom that repatriated Mazi. As a matter of fact, what happened there is that the criminality of the federal government of Nigeria, I would say they actually kidnapped. They actually kidnapped Mazi because, I was bringing out the narrative in the morning that there was this Ogunlowo that Nigerian government wanted to repatriate, extradited, that the United Kingdom refused. So I would be surprised that all of a sudden the United Kingdom that refused someone extradition in the past will just wake up overnight and someone will be taken from the territory without going to the court to Nigeria. That would have been the greatest worry that I would have had. Then, coming back to this, it is unfortunate that we Southerners, we are not smelling all this kind of rubbish. Now, you see this guy. Now, may I tell our grand patron, maybe people don't know, he's Buhari.
Yeah, so, no, we know. It's their life patron, yes.
So, now, as we speak now, if Fulani likes, let them kill everybody in the south. You won't hear anything from Buhari. But now, just hold a meeting that you want to form a security outfit to protect you. The next thing, Mietiala will roar from Asoro. Now, look at it from this angle now. People keep saying Mazi from ESN. Now, is there anything bad in forming a group? Because I will see ESN as normal vigilante group to protect yourself. Because in some cases, do you need government to even form some kind of security outfit?
No, but you do. You do. Let's come on now. Let's speak to facts and to legality. You cannot have a subnational paramilitary organization carrying heavy weaponry over a vast swathe of a sovereign state. What are you suggesting here? What are you talking about?
The question is if I organize local hunter in my village.
They're not local hunter. They are paramilitary organization carrying AK-47 all over the southeastern region.
One man, where is it stated? Where is it treating that they are paramilitary? Because you see, this thing is what.
But what are they? What are they?
Because it depends on who is defining the organization. So this thing is not legally defined as paramilitary. Is some group of people somewhere are tagging this as paramilitary. Okay, what are the Fulani experts, for example? Some people designated as terrorists, but the grand patron in National Rock will tell you that they are not. They are just Fulani that move around with
Eastern Security. They are non-state actors. They are non-state actors. Eastern Security Network is a non-state actor. Their formation and their purpose is altruistic and is for the good, but nevertheless they are non-state actors. No more so or no less so than Fulani headsmen are non-state actors. You cannot. What are you talking about now? Come on.
The word paramilitary you use now is the reason I responded because right. You can call them paramilitary. You have to have legal backing. Because paramilitary is
maybe paramilitary is not the right term, but they are essentially non-state actors.
Exactly, these are non-state actors. Like if I form vigilante on my street, the now is that the legality of whether I carry.
Okay, this is the term. Sorry, the sender comes in. It says one man they are an unregulated militia. So unregulated militia. So I'll go with that. The sender.
What it is, man? They are terrorists, man. I mean, if you're going around killing people,
Mike, let's settle down. Don't upset people. We are trying to be delicate with the language.
Because it just gets on my nerves. Really, it's just
no. Let's hear from Ola. Don't upset you. Hold on, Ola. What is it about you, Mike, that you upset women and you'll be boasting here that you have some Brazilian girlfriend? Is this what is it about you? First, be and now celebrate.
Nigerians don't like any.
Nigerian women, they jealous that guy because he get Brazilian women.
Don't mind him. Be upset. I don't know you in particular above everybody else. You upset women. Because we want more women here, so we can ban you for. But Ola, back to you. I joke a little bit.
That's why I have to start going for foreign women, man. Foreign women are better.
When we try to demonize our own people, when they are trying to protect themselves. Whereas those people in power that they have a state instrument, they are protecting the people that United Nations recognize as terrorists, the fourth largest terrorist group in sub-Saharan Africa. I've never heard OAU, African Union. I've never heard United Kingdom or United Nations Security Council designate this guy, ESN, terrorist group. It's only in Nigeria. It's only the narrative of the state of our state practitioner actors that fail to protect us, that call everyone terrorist group. If one man and myself and everybody here now form a group now to protect ourselves tomorrow, if we carry stick, as long as it's to use that stick of Fulani, all of a sudden they can call everyone terrorist. So
okay. Ola, just to Nnamdi Kanu now, he's sounding contrite now when he's in the docks, referring to the judge, of course, as my lord, as is the language of that space, but of course on his platform copiously and severally Janjaweed idiot is usual appellation in that space. So not of course, but then of course in court now he's contrite and the language is toned down and civil. But then the language that is not toned down and civil is coming from the usual rascally quarters, the short little family that leads the Kaduna space. El Rufai's son, of course, saying that they should lock Nnamdi Kanu up with cows, but to expect it from those quarters. Treachery from IGBOLAND though, Joe Igbokwe, putting pictures and images all over social media with the captions of song and praises, chanting hallelujah and celebrating the arrest of his clansmen. So the responses to Nnamdi Kanu are, it's not especially, well, it's mixed really, wailing and gnashing from the rest of us, and celebrations are surprisingly from some Igbo elites, and not so surprisingly from the Fulanis to that space. Ola.
What do you expect from El-Rufai son? It's a product of the environment he was born into and raised up. So they are part of those people. It is part of the minority that is creating injustice in Nigerian system. So you don't expect him to say something better. Now, going back to that of Kanu, there's a difference between when you are within the official space and when you are within another space. So if Kanu is calling them Janjaweed somewhere, you don't expect him to come to the court and call Janjaweed. As a matter of fact, the one he said somewhere, he can deny that. He can use another this thing. But saying it now, whatever he's saying in the official quota is what I recognize for now. So I don't have any problem about whatever name, because he's just showing his grievances just like any normal Nigeria. For me now, for example, do you expect me now to go to Nigeria tomorrow and call Buhari criminal? But I will call him criminal right here because of his past record being like this thing. But if you're in the court now, for example, I won't use that language because the court will tell you that someone is presumed innocent until pronounced guilty. So that, to me, that's not even an issue. Now the question, and I want to know now, is that what's so important about this Kanu that everybody is after, that they now went to? It's just because I believe that his people betrayed him. That's the way that I see it. And unfortunately, our people cannot even see beyond their nose or what they want to eat now. They want to eat now and forget about the future. And whatever they do now, the evil they do now can even live. Don't even need to live after them. If evil will live right in front of them, I will be following them around. Now.
Hold on. I want to put a question to Ayo and Seli, and I want to put that question off the back of bear with me. Just I had it lined up just now off the back of what Joe Igbokwe said, and also something that was said by some Igbo elders. Bear with me. So let me give you these two paragraphs. Commenting. This is especially to Ayo and Seli, but then to everyone as well, and to you, Diopa, as well, if you're still there. Commenting on his rearrest, Ohaneze Indigo Worldwide, in a statement by Okechukwu, its Secretary General, said Kanu's refusal to listen to Igbo leaders' advice led to his present predicament. The group advised the Nigerian government to handle the IPOB leaders' case carefully in order to prevent violent revolt from its followers. The statement reads, Nnamdi Kanu's refusal to adhere to the advice of Igbo leaders, elders, and political leaders is the outcome of what has befallen him him. He has made a lot of enemies, especially those that would have saved him, and the federal government will never lose grip of him again. We don't think that any Igbo leader will stick out his or her neck for him, and his rearrest will eventually bring peace and stability to the region and avert another civil war that was raging on. So who is saying this? Nigeria will be destabilized if Nnamdi Kanu is killed. Ohaneze worldwide. So Ohaneze worldwide uttering those words. So my question really to the space is the arrest of this guy now, is it essentially good news for the Igbo narrative, because his voice dominates that space and has done for several years? So the arrest now and the quietening down of his voice now, is this especially and essentially good news for that space, because the other leading voices of that space are somewhat, quietly applauding, and even to louder degrees, because we've heard from Asari Dokubo, we know what his politics is. We've heard from Joe Igbokwe, and now Ohaneze is also saying that nobody is really going to stick out their neck for this guy. So is this essentially good news for the Igbo narrative, because it then gives breathing space for other voices to speak a different narrative, and a narrative that negotiates with the space that they live in? So to Ayo and Aseli and anyone else that wants to take that on.
I really think that is nonsense.
Respond.
Sorry, I want to say that is nonsense. It's absolute nonsense.
Okay.
Because,
why?
Because the Ohaneze is basically it is very regulation that no one else wants to listen to. Just like our retarded other organizations of that nature, even sometimes I could mention the INC or even mention the IOIC. We are not on the tracks. The real people are what we are talking about. We are not talking about people who have been actually put, have taken those positions in order to benefit, against their own people, and then come out and say they are a voice. They are not a voice of the people. The voice of the people are within the real people. And the real people, from what I gather, you can call them mechanics, you can call them laborers, you can call them agberos, you can call them sufferhead. Those people are following Nnamdi Kanu, and they have the numbers. They are the real citizens. We're not talking about the citizens that have been,
But they are following him to the tune of his voice. If that voice is no longer there to guide them, they will soon just.
No, I don't think so. Because I remember after the first arrest during the Operation Python Dance, he still had the followership here in London and even in in Nigeria. The talking and the shouting did not cease until he eventually emerged. So, in fact, this is going to make him even more popular, because I'm sure people who are like on the sidelines saying, Nnamdi, always insulting people. For me, I don't care about him insulting people, because I feel the Nigerian government insults us on a daily basis. So I even need somebody that will insult them even more. Well, I like Aisha, for one thing. When she insults them, I'm always very happy, because they insult us. They insult our intelligence. They insult our pockets. They insult everything.
You don't feel that the Nnamdi Kanu narrative dominates the Eastern narrative, the Eastern space too much, so much so that we're not able to hear other voices that speaks to a different approach, even though that approach may not be as strong. At least we're not hearing anything else outside just of that relentless, full usual diet that we get every day.
My biggest problem of the North and South, between is it enough? Apart from the middle belt that's edging out of the North, of being noted as the North, they are edging out. The rest of Nigeria, when you go north, this 12 states, these Sharia states, they don't mince their words. Let me tell you something. There's been a lot of plans to bring us down. And I'm telling you, because I just walk around like Mother she wrote, just a simple woman. Nobody knows me. I'm not Mrs. Nobody. But I've heard so much and known so much about the Fulanese plans against the people of Plateau State. Just like that, I just came across it, and I heard this soldier guy trying to describe faces, slim faces, broad faces like yours, he would have said you're a troublemaker. And me, I looked at my face and I said, well, I have an oval face. What do you think?
Is that a new complex that you are trying to give me, that I have a broad face? Nobody has ever described me as a broad face before.
No, I'm telling you an officer.
So this is
I'm telling you about
complex,
No, I'm just saying, I'm telling you about an officer who was describing us.
No, I'm only
all
joking.
of us. No, who was describing us in that way because he's a Fulani guy, and he was talking all this rubbish to me, and he was telling me about who the troublemakers are. And when I looked at the broader faces, I said, well, I know I have a little bit of a slim face, but usually my people, we have a broad face, And he was saying they taught them in the army that we are wicked, we are terrible people, we are people that... So that got into my head. That was the first time it clicked to me that there is a problem in that Nigeria. And these guys are all working to make sure that we are all eliminated, whether we like it or not. Eventually, we're going to see it right in front of our door, because what is happening is that a lot of people are saying, oh, it's going to be far, it's going to far, because they're sitting down in Lagos and they think that Lagos will never be touched. But Lagos is going to be touched sooner or later. If we don't get up and really make our voice so vigorous.
If they anybody who they can't trust Lagos now.
That's what you're saying.
Okay, so sorry. Let me hear from
Mike.
Hold on, Mike and Sally. Let me hear from Ayo. So to that space now, the leading Igbo voices are responding to this Nnamdi Kanu position, almost tacitly applauding as the cautiously show support for him. So qualified support and tacit covert applauding of this situation now that at last we'll be able to breathe. So does this then speak to the fact that the Kanu voice has dominated that space so much that other voices with a different approach are not able to come through? And is this really is this being considered in some quarters in the East as essentially good news for the region?
Have you not been following? And when was it they had Biafra Day where he said everyone should stay home and everyone did? Of course, this isn't being applauded in the East. So yeah, I mean, sure, we're not going. I don't think anyone is surprised that all these journeymen that are being paid off by the government are going to come out with their positions of being supportive of Buhari, apprehending kind of that is no news. Whether it is the Ohaneze or the greedy governors in the southeast that pretty much just don't care about anyone but themselves. No one's. I think we as Nigerians, we all understand that that's going to happen. It's going to happen everywhere. It's unfortunately pretty bad in the East, where the elected leaders are just completely they're just completely detached from their people. As far as, at least in the Southwest, the leaders, obviously they're paid off, but they still try to have some appearance of decency, and they try to seem as if they're still in lockstep with the people. But we know if push comes to shove, Akeredolu and everyone is shouting about will clearly support the regime. So I don't put any currency in what these so-called leaders have to say or what their position is, because they're not really important. They're all being paid. They benefit from the Nigerian Union as it is. And as soon as Nigeria dissolved, they lose their power and they lose their income. So sure, they're going to support his apprehension, and they're going to support his trial in the kangaroo court. Can someone explain to me why not one of these people going around maiming anyone has been tried and arrested? And how is that not a raging? But for me, this is what really upsets me, that they can go and raise an entire community, and then no one gets arrested, not one, and then people like Igbokwe will go ahead and apprehend one of these.
This is something that we've been agitated, that we've been scratching our head over, especially on this channel. In all of the years that these people have been ravaging and savaging almost on a daily basis, because there's no day that you don't hear it. Not one. They dedicate countless of billions of dollars to that space, and not one single arrest has been made. Some high profile. So it's almost so that then speaks to that what you were saying earlier, that the government tacitly supports them, if not overtly.
Yeah, it's not, it's definitely not tacit anymore. Obviously, these guys aren't hard to find. Everyone knows where they are. Gumi knows where they are.
Guni is their middleman, so why is he
he's
not in
telling you,
custody?
he's telling the government, he's daring the government, come and arrest me if they burn you well. He's pretty much daring them, and they can't do anything. But everyone is going to be up in arms about the law. Kanu'S breaking the law. Get the fuck out of here with that bullshit. This is listen. You can't apply two sets of rules to the same environment.
No, we were saying just the other day that what we have in Nigeria is essentially an apartheid sort of system. This is an apartheid system. One set of rules for the.
Me up about the Yoruba, which I am. This is what is pissing me off. All of a sudden, they want to start quoting laws and the guys breaking the law. What the fuck is your outrage with this guy trying to maim your people and not even trying maiming your people? Where is the outrage? This is why I can't come to shows like this anymore, because I'm so upset when I see people who are supposed to be learned and educated trying to justify the behavior of this government, but they're completely silent when their people are getting slaughtered.
Nobody is silent, but we can huff and puff, but how do we blow the house down is the question. So it's really because what can really be done. You say arm yourself and take to the forest, but then of course that there's an inherent difficulties and dangers in that as well. You say negotiate your way through, they are not going to let you pass because of course they are blocking all avenues to restructuring the country. You go the legal route, and they've already covered that by having their people on top of all the legal structures of the country.
There is no legal route, because in essence the government has already shown you numerous times that they're going to allow these herdsmen to ravage you, rape your women, and kill you, and you're not allowed to defend yourself. How is that not enraging to the bone? How is that not making everyone upset?
It's a lamb to slaughter situation that we have in Nigeria, because of course the moment you move against these people, if you effect their arrest, they are released the next day. If you savage them, they will send the authorities to come and raise down your community. And if you set up an organization like Amotekun, they will blunt it by not giving them the weaponry to fight back. So the only route, of course, is the route that Nnamdi Kanu has charted. But then, of course, now we are seeing now his now has been captured. So we're in a situation, but the way out of it is not a simplistic approach of just raging and then charging, because the raging and charging has been done, and that leads to the savaging of innocent people, and then we're back to square one. But
I'm absolutely not advocating violence at all. Absolutely, if that's the message that you're taking from what I'm saying.
Not from you essentially, because I know you're not advocating that, but that is one of the narratives, because like I said, it's just a multiplicity of of attacks from different quarters. But then the way out of it, how do you get out of it? There's no route out. We are agitating on the streets with the Showores and their looters. Of course, we know how that ends up. We are taken to the forest with the Nnamdi Kanu approach and the ESN, etc. We know how that ends up. We are with the Igbo narrative that is ongoing, and we don't know how that will end up. We're in the political circles as well, speaking to power transiting to the south, to that, if that will be a panacea, and we don't know how that will play out. So it's just a real mess. But the way out of it, though, is nothing simple and nothing that is just immediate, and it's not an act of rage. It's an act of calculated thinking, steady minds, intelligent approach, and all of that. So of course the rage must come, but then the rage must come with cool heads. This is really what I see.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I'm not saying. Yeah, but I'm absolutely not in support of violence in any way.
No, violence should not be taken off the table, by the way, because there has to be some violence.
This is what I'm saying. This is what upsets me.
People are coming to violence.
If people are coming to maim me, with machetes, and you're telling me I can't defend myself, then that is ridiculous. I'm sorry.
I have one solution to the Nigerian problem, and this solves all, and it's an American solution: the right to bear arms. If we have that, then that solves everything. At least you have a fighting chance. So whoever draws first, Nabi, and then we go back to American Wild West.
Yeah,
Well,
Yeah,
man.
I agree. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Ayo. Let me show Ayo. Please don't leave before. I wanted to shop for you for Danny, but he has left. But Danny, come back because I want to hear more Igbo voices. But let me bring Rational Mind in. But Ayo, just stay with us. But don't leave before you come back. Let me bring Rational Mind in. Rational Mind, let's hear from you.
Yeah, it's quite quite a day. A sad one for the Ipob and those in the Biafran struggle. I've seen so many things said in many platforms, in several platforms across the internet, and keep hearing all kinds of stories as to how he was arrested. But I think it's too early for us to really understand to get.
The latest one is that he was arrested between the butt cheeks of a Brazilian beauty.
Somebody in the comment section here was saying something like he went to Ukraine to finalize
buying weapons,
weaponry and all of that, and then he found himself with girls in Lagos State.
This is it.
Some people said he was trying to cross Calabar.
And then, I beg, man, you always talk about girls. Let's talk about
trying to cross from what's it called, Cameroon into Nigeria from Calabar.
I still prefer the Brazilian narrative because it's so exotic. Every man always dreams of Brazilian babes.
People are just making all kinds of stories and jokes out of it. Well, it's the thing is, for me, it's quite one thing I keep asking is, I keep wondering is it what he wanted? Because some people have been saying that that's what he wanted. That he wanted to, he has made that comment somewhere that I'm not afraid to go and face the court as long as I will seek fair judgment. Well, I mean, in this instance, is it what he planned? Was it planned that he was going to be arrested? Is it something he willingly accepted that, okay, I want you people to extradite me back or to catch me and take me to Lagos? I don't think so. From what I've gathered so far, I don't think it's what he planned. I think he was a victim of some kind of adoption. Abduction. Yeah, that's what I mean. So he was a kind of victim of this. I think Buhari is. I don't know. I mean, the Fulanis, like himself says it. He says we have some lobbies too. Just as they have their own lobbies, they have their own machineries across the world that they can use in getting things done.
I'm sure it's the Israelis that they used because they are the ones that are adept at this sort of moves. And they have the technology to trace anybody via their phone.
Well, maybe that's again, and that's as well too. But the thing is this: there are so many things we can go on speculating on. But for me, what I just say about this whole thing is, Kanu did not willingly give up himself for to be taken back to Nigeria. I think there must have been some kind of betrayal from some of his inner circle of people who know him, who are with him, who must have relayed this information out. Because I knew
he had speculated on that severally on his platform as well, that it was going to be served up. It was going to be served up by some sabo, as he likes to put it.
Well, I won't be surprised if it's anybody within his inner circle or that used to be part of his inner circle, but we still have some kind of link inside to get information as to his movement and what is going on and all of that. So, because even those who must have gone out of the group, like they say Uche Mefo and the rest of them who must have left, I know they must still have some inner people who still work for them, who still give them information as to what's going on. And maybe these are the people who orchestrated this whole thing. But I know definitely
So what do you think the upshot of this will be? So we're in the throes of it at the moment, but in the next couple of days it will settle down into just part of the landscape. But how do you think this will now affect the dynamics in terms of the Nigerian political space?
Well, I think the end is not. I mean, how do I put it? The IPOB as an organization or as a group, I think the only thing I don't understand is I won't be able to say much on this because this guy built IPOB around himself. So since he is now no longer being active, being the one making the broadcast, which MFO is no longer there. I don't know if they have a new person who is the second in command. Would this thing not die?
Do you foresee a scramble? Do you foresee a scramble for power? Of course, a vacuum now created.
Yeah, there's a power vacuum, and possibly there will be people, and then I think that is where maybe the whole disintegration will come into the whole thing, and when they go into factions and all of that, maybe that will bring about the death of the whole book. But we're yet to see it. But the way I would just say for now is, for me, is it's too early for us to speculate much as to what might happen. But I know the whole narrative has changed from now on. The whole narrative has changed.
Well, it has changed because the arrowhead of it has been removed. So there will be change, but how does it change is really,
How does it change? That is what we don't exactly can really say.
But certainly, because the daily diet is almost like the Jewish people will say chicken soup for the soul. The daily diet of that that Biafra narrative that the Biafrans get from Nnamdi Kanu every day is chicken soup for the soul of their narrative. Is what keeps them going. Is what peps them up. And they won't hear it from any other voice. They need to hear it from that voice. So that changes that daily diet, and then of course, who takes that space that comes into contention?
If I may add to that, when Uche Mofo took over after the Operation Python dance, and he was like coming on every day and everything. Let me tell you, I still listen to him. I wasn't directly involved, but I was still listening to Uche Mofo, and I thought he was a brother, like he was trying to handle the affairs and things like that. So if Uche Mofo, of all people who even later betrayed his own brother,
he's under the auspices of Asari Dokubo now.
I know.
He's been
Asari Dokubo just makes all this is ad hoc videos, and end of that, when you go to Port Harcourt, you go to Bayelsa, there's no structure whatever that he has, and that is the truth. He's just talking and he's talking. He will come cause everybody will speak in Kalabari, we cannot hear him, but the truth is, what are the structure? He said he's doing the customary government. Till today, nobody has seen anybody appointed in that is customary government. At least, even if it's a child's play, boju, you still do some kind of actions that people.
How anybody takes that guy seriously is beyond me. It's just he's the most clownish looking person.
The guy's a clown. That's how I say it.
He fought his time, though. I will tell you, he
fought his time.
He made an impact at his time, but that is it.
But his 15 minutes are up. His 15 minutes are up. That's the thing.
This guy has a university in Benin Republic. I mean.
And then what? Anybody can have university anywhere.
I know you're here to always count out me in anything. Just hold on. So what I'm trying to say is that
you see, hold on. Rational mind. There's okay, go on.
Wrong. Let me just answer B. There's nothing wrong somebody owning a university.
Do you know how many Yoruba people have universities in London and colleges and everything? Even me, I went to one.
My sister, don't get me wrong.
Not a big deal now.
Hold on. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is, what has it done? I mean, what kind of work? No doubt, he has been getting money from the government, either the present or the past government.
No,
he has been getting. Are you telling me he has something he's doing?
No, he was paid off.
No, he might have been paid off, but Asari was somebody who was a businessman, even in those creeks. In the creek, there is business, because you guys don't go there. Come, let's go to creek and make money.
No, you can't tell me about creek. I'm from the creek. I know what's going on.
Are you sure you're from the creek?
You okay? All right, let's. I don't want to talk about.
But there's money in the creek, because I know that all the young boys they have ways of raising money in the creek.
They steal crude oil.
Still their own crude oil. Bunkering. Is it not their own? Is it not their own?
I'm not saying it's not their own, but what I'm saying is that these are things they did not get on their own by their own sweat. They must have gotten some kind of contracts from the government, or like you're saying, maybe in the creeks they're doing oil.
Yes,
whatever.
They have the contracts to do the pipelines. Whatever. All the pipelines were actually given to them to do.
Somebody like that now, how do you expect him to sing the tunes of, okay, we want Biafra? Because he knows that if Biafra comes, maybe possibly he won't get his contract anymore.
But Asari has been shouting about Biafra. He's been shouting every single day. He talks about Biafra.
No, he wants to take over Biafra. Let me hold on, Nodian. Yes, pick one at a time. Yeah.
What is his
But I
motive?
think that's a curvature to what NNAMDI actually did was more like outside and everybody could see it. And I think it's a kind of curvature on Asari's side to want to take over from Nnamdi Kanu because Nnamdi Kanu has worked harder than him.
He's going to move quickly. Oh, hold on, Nodi. He's going to move quickly into that space. Is he not, Seli? Asari Dokubo? He's going to move quickly into that space.
He will not be able to.
He will not be able to because the Igbos will not follow non-Igbos.
Not even Igbos. Don't say about Igbos. Even in the River State there where he's from, Kalabari, they will not follow him like that. I'm telling you.
I see that guy as a transactional activist. That's what he is.
You mean a money grabber? Just call him a money grabber now.
He's a joker in the park. What do you call in strategy? A joker in the park. That's what he has done now.
Grabbers, man. They all that stuff is about money.
Mike, please shut up. So shut up there, I beg. He does. Make me the vex. I'll come out for this show because of you.
About money.
Oh, they always talking
okay, one at a time. Let's acknowledge Alexander's comment. This is what Alexander is saying. He says, whatever way you look at it, Mazen Nnamdi Kanu was caught in a covert operation with the help of an inside entity, in my opinion. So Sabo is what Alexander will have. But let's hear from Danny. Danny, good to see you. How would you have it? This Nnamdi Kanu narrative. What are your thoughts? Danny. Unmute. Yeah, go on. Yeah.
Okay. You can hear me now?
Yes, I can.
I was doing something, then I heard the lady. The lady was arguing about, I forgot what she was arguing about. I said, I'm going to call.
Celibies, her name is. The silky tones of Celibies.
Yes, well, what happened is there are things you guys don't know.
Okay, educate us.
I think I was agreeing with, what's his name, Mike? Mike was saying something. Yeah, I remember now. You guys were arguing. He was saying that Nnamdi Kanu was arrested before. That's correct. Nnamdi Kanu was arrested in London, in Lagos. He was supposed to go to Ukraine to pay money for some heavy weapons, but he ended up in Lagos with 2 women and he got arrested there. That was the first arrest.
See, I said it.
Yes, but Mark is correct. He's correct. But see, let me tell you something. It's in Nnamdi Kanu, his problem is...
Is he a womanizer? Because this is what...
That's why, yes.
And is this his downfall?
And then all of you are not womanizers.
Well, I like women. Listen, I like women, but I'm not going to sell my soul to because of...
Exactly. I like women too. I won't sabotage my people's...
Liars.
No, he didn't sabotage anything. He didn't sabotage anything. He was caught.
Listen to me. Listen, I give you guys information, then I will go.
Okay, go on, Danny.
If you want, the guy that was let's see, what's his name? The guy, the top guy, the guy that got arrested, he was in charge, and then Uche Mafo, and then the third guy, his name is Dr. Irania, he's my best friend now. If you want, I can talk to him, if he can come in, they are sure. You can talk to him for that.
Yes, get him in. You have my Instagram. My Instagram is at the top of the comment section. So contact me so that we can get somebody that knows.
I have to get his permission to see if he wants to come. Listen, the problem Nnamdi Kanu has is he makes problem with everybody. If you work with him today, tomorrow he start messing with you. So he has a lot of people that are pissed off with him. This particular Dr. Irania is one of the good examples. You guys know about Uche Mafo, right? Yes. Do you know that Dr. Irania, that man makes about $700,000 a year. He almost lost that job because of Kanu. Kanu started making up stuff about him, sending stuff to FBI, saying the guy is a Boko Haram member. Which is all lies. All lies, so... But the guy is waiting. I don't know if he has anything to do with his arrest. I don't think so.
What do you think? What do you think the sentiment is amongst the Igbo elites with regards to what's just happened? We know publicly they have to be in a certain manner, but you are an insider and we don't know your name, so you are speaking anonymously. Yeah. So, what do you think the thinking is amongst the Igbo elites with regards to what's just happened?
Well, I really don't know. I don't have the feeling of the elite, but I do know that Irania said that he's happy. He wanted this guy out of circulation because, let me tell you guys what you don't know. Kanu Kanu seems like the best guy that is dealing with Nigeria now. That's what he seems like. But the man collects money and squanders money on women. I mean, what people say this?
How much will he squander on women now?
Yo, hold on, Sally, yeah.
Women.
You don't want Kanu is nobody. I'll bet you some money. One man, I'll bet you $5,000 that Kanu arrest has to do with women. It has to do with him going somewhere looking for women. That's how he was arrested the first time. You hear me?
Are you jealous?
Okay, listen, let me finish. How can you be saying you're looking for a nation, something important, and the women dragging you?
But freedom fighters are notoriously womanizers. Ojukwu was the same. Che Guevara was the same. Maybe only Mandela was the one that was not reputably a womanizer. Most freedom fighters are most freedom fighters are essentially womanizers.
So now, for the serious things going on, we're not talking about women. The women might just have been passerbys hanging around.
Can we really believe?
Let's hear from Danny. No.
What I'm saying though is that you don't derail the complete objective because of women. That's Kanu has done that first. He done it before. Now I'm willing to bet anybody 5,000. That's what happened this time. I don't know for a fact, but I'm willing to bet. Anybody want to bet, they take me off.
But the first time that he was arrested in Lagos, it wasn't revealed to anybody that he was with women. But I know for fact that he was arrested in hotel. But whether it was with
but this time around, Adale Koko, this time around, they are speculating that he was arrested between the butt cheeks of a luscious Brazilian babe.
But what about Abacha? What about Abacha?
But the topic is not about Abacha now. Come on.
But that means all men are the same. All men are the same.
He was arrested with two women.
Okay, let's Danny land because he waited his turn. So Danny, you carry on.
Yes, Kanu was arrested with two women that were not his wife. Right? He only got one wife. Those two women they weren't his wife. So I'm telling you, it's because of that thing that he got arrested in. If he had gone to Ukraine, he wouldn't be arrested.
What if those women were his bodyguards? Do you know what they were doing for him? The women always just following the man to lie down with them. Sometimes women are there to activate and do all the administration work and so on. It's not always because they are following the man.
I understand.
So let's stop that stereotyping about women.
You know one thing that struck me. This is just as an aside. When I saw the images of him being arrested, I was struck by how thin he looked. He looked quite thin and gaunt.
Some people say he was drugged. Some people say he was drugged.
The guy is a thin guy.
He's almost certain that he would have been drugged.
The way he was dressed, he was dressed up to want to pick up women, man. That's the way
he's a coward. He was. There was a time he was somewhere. They gave him AK-47 to defend himself. He picked out the gun. He was shaking. Listen, if I can show you,
Danny, that's a lie from the pit of hell. I beg, just 1 minute.
No. He's not a trained soldier, though, so that is understandable. That is not his purpose. His purpose is leadership.
He doesn't think we have leadership.
Please, let's be serious about this conversation rather than going into all this pettiness.
Go on now, Danny.
You know what I would do? I will talk to you rather, see if he will agree to come to you. You guys, because he was number 3. Kanu, before then. I don't know if you will agree to come and for you to.
No, get him because the public wants to know. You can see how the narrative is going with a lot of speculations. Sally is even getting irritated by some of the pronouncements. So if somebody that has some knowledge is able to, because you can see that the public are, they want to know.
This guy is a politician.
Hold on.
Yeah, when I get out the phone, I will.
That guy is Igbokwe's guy talking. Danny, now you be Igbokwe guy. I beg, no one hear your own.
I'm from the heart of IGBOLAND. Yeah.
You be Igbokwe person.
Are you a politician?
Listen.
You be APC.
Listen, let me talk. I'm more Biafran than what's his name, Kanu and all his people combined.
Is it
no? How do you measure that?
Let me tell you something. If I have
no. You've just made a statement now. Back it up. How do you measure that? How do you
go to Nigeria and blow that place up? That's how radical I am. Forget about Kanu.
You will not. You're lying.
I don't have the means then. If I have the means,
The one thing I always say. The one thing I always say to people, I will is always different from I have. So I will is an intention, I have is an event. So I will, everybody will. Where I will become a billionaire tomorrow, and I'll become handsome enough to toast celibate.
Even one man will do better than you, Danny. One man will even vex more than this, even though it's
no. Okay. All right. Okay, I think I'm going to let you go from there. You see, the danger. Did you see that, Sally?
What was that? What was he showing us? The gun? An American gun now.
Yeah. So the dangers of doing this open mic session is you have all manners of people coming on, and you cannot predict what they are going to. I've seen. So you'll be surprised the manners of, because even before I bring somebody on screen, I see them already. You'll be surprised some of the things that I do see. Some of them, they are not for your delicate eyes or ears. But let's acknowledge Lord Michael's super chat. So who am I bouncing off? Is that Ababakure? Let's acknowledge Alexander's super chat. So Alexander comes in. What the Nigerian government did is like busting a beehive. They should be ready for the outcome. So yes, thank you for the super chat, Lord Michael. But then of course, this is I don't want to be using terms like unzobun chanting in this particular, but that is in the realms of that thing, because of course a lot of this thumping and chest beating, but then of course huff and puff.
One man, let me say something. I just want to say something. You see, this whole thing with NNAMDI Kanu's arrest, I think it's if you listen to what even the way Malam said it, he said something like it was intercepted. The earlier narrative by what everybody was saying was that they extradited him from the UK. Some people say he was kidnapped, like Umar Diko was put into a diplomatic bag and then shipped to Nigeria.
I think we can discount the UK one. It looks almost certain that it was picked up somewhere in Africa.
I don't think it was ever picked up from the United Kingdom.
No.
The United Kingdom handed him over.
And I'm rather glad, because you would expect the British to afford him more protection. But then, of course, if it's
a process. Normally, any extradition, there is a process for it. So when was it that because like what he said was like it was intercepted. He never said there was a process for him to be repatriated back. So which means maybe they met him somewhere, or the
rational mind. We cannot believe whatever.
Hold on. That's the narrative. So we have to go with that. So go rational mind. Yeah.
Well, we cannot be. Of course, we can't really. Are you saying we should not take it by his word? Well,
no. I'm saying that is the. So we have to go with what you're saying.
What
I'm saying
he was intercepted. When you say you intercept somebody, it means somebody was going by somewhere, and then you intercept him. You meet him somewhere. So that's what it means. So it's either maybe like he said, he was in Kenya at Nairobi airport, and then he was passing through then, and then they had to like inform the Nigerian authorities, or maybe they knew of his coming there, and they would leave him from there. Or maybe like he said, he got to Ambazonia and he was trying to cross over to Nigeria. And there's so many speculation out there. But
you see, what my thinking is that he was abducted. This is my thinking. And I think he was abducted using non-state actors. So it is not the cooperation of any, especially nation state, but really rogue elements like maybe almost certainly Israeli agents or something that they've just used to pick him up.
Buhari's government is becoming a rogue. To me, they're acting roguely. Like, look at what they're doing in that country. Like you being one-sided in your fight against violence or fight against banditry, as a case of you're fighting those people in the east part of Nigeria, and you're leaving those in the northwest and north central part who are unleashing mayhem there, and then you're not doing anything about it. You heard of your citizen being killed in a part in your state. You never made any public statement. Like what kind of a government is that?
We know the kind of government, but how do we rescue ourselves from their clutches is the question. Let's acknowledge AI Efficiency's super chat. So this is what he has to say. Why are some guys making Mazi Kanu look stupid? Arrested in Lagos womanizing. Come on. we can do better with our thinking. Kanu is an intelligent guy, so he rebuffs that narrative that was caught between the butt cheeks of a Brazilian chick. So.
Woman, the same Kanu that forgot to erase the sex tape he made with his wife and allow everybody to see.
No, I think he deliberately released that. I think he released that to show his potency, because I don't think because he was gloating in that sex tape, was it now? But Baba Kore, we see you.
Oh God, sex and all these men.
Happy New
Something
Week.
else.
Happy New Year to you, Baba Kore, but not such a happy New Week to the Alpha one of the. Not such a happy week to the Alpha one of the Igbo people, from eating fish and chips in London to now eating gari and ekpa in Wuse.
Well, to start with, it's not. I as a person, it's not a happy day for me anyway. when I read about it this morning, as a matter of fact, I was at work when I just opened Vanguard, let me see what is going on, and I saw the picture there. I couldn't believe at first. I said it was not.
The first instinct is to think it's fake news, isn't it?
So then when I opened the second one, then I said I'm not going to bother about Nigerian news. Then I went on YouTube and I saw it on YouTube, and I saw it on your program, and I noticed that you already even delivered the program about 2 hours before I even realized. And then I now say, okay. Then I went back to the newspaper again. Then I saw some video on Facebook. Then I said, okay, so that could be true. Then I also listened to your program this morning, and a lot of people spoke about it. And to me, I'm going to start with the issue of how it came to Nigeria. Based on my own thinking, if it is British really handed it over to Nigerian police or Nigerian authority, I think that is not right, because when I heard this morning, because they even quoted his passport number, Nigerian passport number on Vanguard. Then I now say to myself, or is this guy not a British citizen? Because to me, before they can, I always say it on this platform, before somebody could be extradited to any country in the world, there must be a proceedings. So you cannot just it doesn't really matter either you are a second-class citizen or third-class citizen, in as much that you are a citizen of that country. There is a due process they have to take. Particularly British, as a matter of fact, I don't think they're supposed to be stooped so low. If that is true, if they have hand in it, I don't think British will be too stooping so low to just handing over their own citizen to another country. There should be a proceeding. Like invite his lawyer, the lawyer supposed to go to court. Then everybody has to present their case. Nigeria government need to present their case. Then NNAMDI lawyer has to present his own case. Then the judge now will decide if there is a grant for him to be extradited to Nigeria or not. But if British has hand in it in this one, I think it is very barbaric, because if you arrested somebody on Sunday and bam, the person landed in Nigeria, decided today and attend court, so it means that they didn't even go to court in Britain. It means that they didn't even go to court in Britain. They just pick him up and just send him to Nigeria, if that is the case. However, the way they presented it, they also said that it was intercept. Like how rational mind, I don't know if it is rational, if it was rational mind make mention of that. If you intercept somebody, I think it could be from another country. So that is why I'm also thinking that, or maybe they just pick him up somewhere in some other country, because it is somehow clumsy. If you intercept somebody, then he's a British citizen.
But Baba, the story that we're hearing is that it almost certainly was intercepted in some African country. The speculation is between Kenya and Cameroon, and what some people are suggesting is that it was trying to sneak into Nigeria via the Cameroonian pathway to come and probably do a video to show that he could, so he was that's the speculation.
But yeah, anyway, we are hearing from two two places now. We are here. The government is saying that they intercept, but they never remember. Nigerian government never specify location where they pick him up. So to me now, being the citizen of United Kingdom, I'm not really going to fully agree that British just hand over him just like that, because
no, I think we can walk away from that one. It doesn't look. It wasn't picked up in Europe, I don't think.
They're setting a bad precedent if they do that.
If Nigerian government specify that they intercept him in UK now, then but based on the news that is going on, there is no, they didn't even mention the place. Anyway, we know Nigerian government, right? I hear OVA, my partner, was saying this point that somebody can do this, somebody can do that. I just laugh. The issue is that Nigeria is also believing that, okay, well, they are doing something, so that is why they use all grammar, use all kind of grammar to confuse us that, oh, they are doing something.
They were quite deliberate in their wording. They said they intercepted him, which is quite a specific word, just to, the ambiguity of it,
Exactly. Yeah, that is right, but they don't. I think they don't want to attach maybe British with their matter. Maybe that's why they use that word. Because you also mentioned this morning in the conversation that you had this morning that maybe the Interpol or something like that nation. And then Nigeria also saying that they intercept with some intelligence. If that is also good, Nigeria is so good in intelligence. How come we have this menace that is killing people all over Nigeria? How come up to now they cannot even conquer Boko Haram? How come all this banditry is going on? If that is also good, Nigeria is so good in intelligence.
This is what people are saying all over Twitter, etc. That the more immediate need of the Nigerian space is not Nnamdi Kanu blowing hot on Radio Biafra, but the Fulani headsmen. So why are they not arresting the sponsors if they have all these resources?
But excuse me, but we heard about we heard about the other people that were sponsoring Boko Haram. But they said they arrested.
Exactly.
We've not heard anything about those people anymore. We've not heard anything being charged to court. What is wrong with this country? What is wrong with Nigeria?
About 5 to 6 weeks ago.
Because sorry to interrupt you, Babakure. Because if Nnamdi Kanu stops his broadcast and his whatever, Nigeria will still be no safer. But if the bandits and their sponsors are stopped, then Nigeria will be safer. So the problem of Nigeria is not Nnamdi Kanu, it's Buhari's clansmen.
That is the point. Now some people are saying that, okay, because I read a lot of comments online. Some people say yes, unknown government will stop now. Then those who are killing this will stop now. All kind of story. I just laugh. How do you sure that it was him causing the sponsoring unknown government?
But Baba, the new set of charges that they are going to level against him, I mean, is just going to be heavy, because since he last appeared in court, there's been a series of events. We've had the introduction of the Eastern Security Network. We've had now this new dimension of unknown gunmen, and that sit at home that he did on the 31st, and all the federal infrastructures being destroyed in the eastern quarter. So a lot more to levy against him now that they have him in custody.
The issue is that how can they prove that? I'm not Nnamdi Kanu fan anyway, but we just have to talk on reality. How can you do you have link? Because for you to convict him or not, that you have to have a link. though in Nigeria anything goes, it doesn't really matter. Anything goes in Nigeria. They don't care about that issue of linking
evidence.
In a proper way. You have to present the evidence that okay, well, this is the person that is sponsoring this. Like issue of ESN, there is no doubt about that because he did mention that.
But is that not sufficient enough of some, because that's just quite a substantial thing to form I don't know the term that actually whilst I have the floor, Sally, let me don't leave Sally, but let me shuffle you to bring the Seno in because he used the term earlier on that I wanted him to repeat. So Sally, stay with us.
How are we sure that the ESN are the ones that are behind the whole
that
violence?
I said it on this platform the other day. I said it on this platform the other day. It could be a political motivated. Politicians can be doing this. Because
how are we sure that ESN did what?
How are we sure that the whole violence they're talking about, the unknown government killing, like the killing of Bulak?
No. It's not even that attribution, but the very existence of ESN. What was that term that you used to describe it in the comment section? The ESN.
Unregulated militia.
An unregulated militia. So the very existence of them is itself a big threat to, and some unregulated people carrying AK-47 all over the place.
But how did they come to be? Because the government were not doing anything. They were not doing that.
Yeah,
job.
no, that's the justification. But nevertheless, you have non-state.
Law. It's against the law.
It is. That's the thing. Yeah, no, sorry. Babakure has the floor. But before we go back to Babakure, let me acknowledge Alexander's super chat. This is what Alexander has to say. He was arrested and appeared heavily sedated in court today. Looks like an Umaru Diko incident revisited. He was outsmarted. So three stanzas actually to what Alexander is saying. He appeared sedated, and because I was saying that he looked gaunt and lean in that picture, and that lends itself because you'd expect that if he was abducted, they needed to knock him out.
How long have they had him? That's the question.
Nobody knows. That will probably emerge in the course of time. But he did look like he was recovering from heavy sedation. So that speaks to that. And exactly the Umaru Diko narrative, those of us who know, and a lot of you would know, and he was outsmarted. Well, you would say that because it's in their custody now. So thank you for the super chat, Alexander. Baba Akure, you had the floor, and then we'll go to the center after you. So Baba Akure, carry on.
Well, like Alexander said, when I saw the picture too, I believe this man has not even eaten for the past few days because the way he looked. If you see the picture, you believe that this person is supposed to be at least freshening and clean better than the way you see the picture. So I think it could be also. It could be that maybe it was being drugs and then shipped to Nigeria. So then I think you also say something this morning about the issue of the gas that was detected from somewhere in Nigeria.
Yes, the Nigeria is suddenly emerging as the topmost country for gas is a country called Kazakhstan, and it looks as though Nigeria has even more gas than them, which plays into the narrative. So that was a lot of the speculation, but it looks as though he was just caught off guard. This is now what is emerging.
The issue is that if British has hand in this, it is shows to everybody. It doesn't really matter either you are Igbo or you are Yoruba. We all want better country. If Nigeria not allow good thing, where everybody should go on their separate way, so we can be a country that we can be proud of, that we can return to, that okay, this is where I belong to, not this type of country that everybody just behave anyhow. Now, like some people said, it is misplaced of priority. We see people dying every single day from the hand of herdsmen. Few days back, 60 people were killed in Igangan. If you see the picture of young kids,
You know, I stopped looking at those pictures because when I look at them, I don't just look and then forget it. It stays in the head, and you might
Exactly.
even start having nightmares. The pictures and the clips, I try not to watch them
so
anymore.
issue of arresting somebody, they arrested Nnamdi Kanu, it is in Igboho next. Now they want to wipe off all agitation. He's not me.
Let me say something here. Let's just reason this out. Listen, okay, we understand how ESN came to be, but now even those who are to be considered as state actors, we hear what the governor of Oyo State said. What's his name? The governor of Oyo State. He said that they've asked that they should be given license so that they can buy arms for the Amotekun. They could not get them arms. So I mean, just imagine that kind of. I mean, if you cannot protect the people, even the state, the sub-state cannot even protect the people by harming their own so-called militia, as the case may be. How much more?
But look,
it makes no sense.
The arm you mentioned,
self-help. People will
the request for harm that you mentioned.
Who's that?
Apply to federal government to survey, the area space of Osun State, so that maybe they can capture some of these people, these herdsmen and criminals in the bush. Federal government did not approve it.
No, we know that. Let Babakure land so we can hear from the Seno, because this is the Seno space. He is studies this space. Yeah.
Like you mentioned somebody who's jubilating APC member from the east, right?
Yeah, Joe Igbokwe.
That is jubilating and stuff like that. Somebody is arrested.
But a lot of them are celebrating. Even it sounds as though Ohanese are celebrating too.
They can continue. They can continue celebrating. They can continue celebrating. It is them going to eat. It is them going to eat the 90% of the problem that is coming. Not my kids. If we are talking here every single day, my kids are safe. They are not born in Nigeria. They may choose not to go to Nigeria. But you cannot be see that all this nonsense picture every single day. When they shop, somebody said, small things, you put your own child in that position and see how do we feel when you in fact.
The truth of the matter is, hello guys.
Yeah, good to have you at the Seno. Yes.
Good to see you guys back. Yeah, the truth of the matter is, in institutions like this, you always have betrayers. Even during the struggle for against apartheid, people betrayed Nelson Mandela as well. There was this guy.
Are you seeing treachery in this?
Of course.
Yeah.
You have people like Buthelezi, of South Africa, which the white South African government wanted to use against the ANC as at that time. So this sort of things happen all the time. But in case of the arrest, I don't believe the arrest was made in any European country. Never. In Europe here, they are a country of law and order. You cannot try such thing here. Even though if it's kidnapping, no government will do that in any European country. Trust me on that.
Are you saying they can't put him in a diplomatic bag and like they did to Umaru Diko and sneak him out?
Even though they do that, there will be problem later. Trust me.
I don't think they will. Because not in this day and age. The backlash, they won't be able to handle it.
If they do that without the knowledge of the government of that country, trust me,
they'll be hell to pay.
Nigeria will pay for it.
They'll be hell to pay.
Yes, trust me.
That is why they've not picked. They know where he lives in London. That's why they've not picked him up.
That will never happen in any country. I can say that to you 100%. Not any European country. No.
Myself, I believe he wasn't arrested in any way.
No, it's almost certainly Cameroon, as people are speculating.
You can put that to rest that he was arrested in Europe. No, never. Except the government of that country has a hand in it.
Yeah, exactly.
If it doesn't, it's not going to happen. Not now. Not in a 1 million years time. So I believe maybe not, because look at the language the Attorney General used.
Intercepted. Yes, it's quite a specific,
meaning that he was going somewhere and he was intercepted either through maybe a third country, or he did a stopover and there was a security alert. Probably they asked them to hold on to him or something. And I certainly can believe that this happened in an African country. It happened in an African country. There is no other country, I believe, this kind of place.
It's not only Africa, even another, it could happen in maybe another South American country or even an Asian country. I mean,
yeah, but not Europe or America, not Europe or the United States. Imagine if they tried it in America, they will go and pick Buhari himself up.
The only reason why it won't happen
except that he was going somewhere, and the collaboration with the government of that country diverted the plane on the instruction of the Nigerian authority, diverted the plane to a third country. Then he was arrested there. Then in that case, there is nothing they can do because he was not arrested in their territory, and they have to maybe land in an African country. So it could be a diversion of plane from any European country that he was going somewhere. The plane diverted and arrested the third country. That could be the only possibility.
Okay, you know that Nigeria has an Interpol agreement with every country. They have embassy.
No,
or they have
Nigeria even the extradition treaty Nigeria has with the UK.
And every other country they have alliance with, they have friendship, relationship with.
Nigeria don't have many of that. The only one I know.
Sorry, let me interrupt you, Deseno.
The UAE and the UK.
Let me.
That was signed in 1935 and 1934 and came into effect 1935.
Let me interrupt you, Deseno. Just to quickly take their permission to shuffle Ajanle Koko and Rational Mind to bring two new voices in. So I'll bring you back, guys. So Karen Deseno, let me bring Ife in and Ovie. So Karen, yeah.
So if the only extradition that Nigeria has in the UK was signed back in 1935, and it's a very weak one. You have there are layers that you need to evidence and so many other requirements that are involved.
But it has happened now, Deseno. So what's the outcome of this? And more so because I was asking, and you are probably suited. The man has been captured. So after he has now been captured, so now the vacuum that is going to be created, there's going to be a scramble to fill that spot. One for the influence and two for the money, and then of course him now being removed from that landscape. How is the Igbo space, especially the hierarchy and the movers and shakers of that space, how are they responding to this? Is this good news for their narrative? So how does this play out going forward?
You have to look at it from two different directions. One, the ordinary people who he represents,
yes,
and the elite who he doesn't represent. Who will be the voice? Who are the people going to go on the streets? And you also you have to look at history of this nation when an ideology, movement for an ideology, liberation and all of that, are involved. If the leaders, if the leaders is arrested, what happened to the the movements? You have to study history of conflicts around the world, and it's never going to, based on my observation, it never goes away. It never goes away. He always he actually increased the momentum of the struggle, because now the Ipob people, the Ipob supporters, now they have something to fight for.
In this case,
but who is going to coordinate that fight?
Exactly. In this case, I don't.
Because hold on, because as you rightly said, there are artisans and men on the street. There are people that look to be led. So who is going to coordinate them?
Let me also say to you that people who are supporting Kanu away from Nigeria are people who are based in Europe and America.
Right.
And these are people who are well educated.
No, but they are usually shadowy voices. Now they are shadowy faces. There are people who won't want to break. They won't break cover.
These these are well-educated people with high-profile job with money.
Yeah, but they are not going
But
to break
those
cover.
people are not really so passionate about Biafra.
Yeah, armchair
Biafrans.
Biafrans. These people are doing Biafra.
That is your observation. That is not your observation.
They want it, but they're not passionate enough where they want to go and carry up pricing and things like that. They are not. Even Kanu himself is not that passionate. It's just the money factor that motivates him.
That
To
is
be
your,
honest.
that is, no, that's your opinion. I cannot dispute that. I cannot dispute your opinion. Not mine. So the thing is, those who are going to go on the street protests, or those who are actually genuinely in for the struggle, this is going to energize them to do more. Now they have something to fight for.
Are you sure about that? Hold on, Mike, please. Are you sure that this is going to energize them? Because I'm saying that they march to the beats of the voice of Nnamdi Kanu. They get a daily diet of direct.
Are you saying this is going to those of the
yes, I'm saying take the head off and the body will follow. If these people if they don't care the daily.
If I could explain that from the black man, from a black man thinking.
No, forget the black man thinking. Just speak to the narrative as it speaks, because
you need to understand how we as black people. You need to understand how we think, how we reason.
No, I don't accept that premise that we think in one like homogeneous uniformity. We are individuals, and we think even on this platform we think differently.
Sometimes we think homogeneously because we are not very good in when it comes to longevity. We are not very good at that.
Okay.
But one thing you need to understand is this: the Biafra struggle is not a woman's struggle; it's an ideology. It comes with pain. There is a collective pain in the Biafra narrative, so that cannot be wished away. So you need to understand.
Yeah, we know they cannot be wished away, but what we are saying is we don't think they will take the route of revolution and war.
Let me tell you
after the Biafran war, after that destruction, I don't think Igbo people want to go back to that.
We don't know. We cannot categorically say what will happen. We are just speculating. But
exactly,
we are not in the struggle. They are
Nothing is going to happen.
Nothing is going to happen, man. Trust
you
me.
Understand?
The Igbos don't have that nature. That nature of let's go and let's war. They don't even have that nature.
Apart from that, well, I will talk when you.
Yeah, carry on the Seno. Yeah, let the Seno land, and then we hear from Ife and Ovie.
Please, I want Ovie to land this point before I talk.
No, the Ovie has not spoken. So the Seno has the floor at the moment, or at least he's trying to.
Because of this constant interjection,
sometimes
I lose my
train of thought. So the floor is yours. Carry on.
So now, as I was saying, you see, sometimes we try to underestimate people. See, let me tell you, the Nigerian government, for example, they use a lot of intimidation to intimidate people. They are not that powerful. Trust me, they are not that powerful. If Nigeria should stand their ground, these people will run away. They will run away. It's not just about saying you want to just going about intimidating people, send a lot of bunch of military to Southeast, show of force and all kind of nonsense they do most of the time. It's not, it's not something that the people will just say, okay, now go to the East now. They flooded with the military already because they are anticipating some kind of, escalation in that region. So it's not something that we'll just come here and say, nothing will happen, with authority. We are not them. We are not Ipob. They have a lot of followers. Young people who are ready to, go to any lengths with Nnamdi Kanu.
Well, we're in the realms of speculation now. The Seno. Hold on, please, Mike. We're in the realms of speculation. So what you are saying is speculative as much as what everyone else is saying is speculative. What we do know is you are saying that the pain in that region is not necessarily just Nnamdi Kanu, that the pain will still be there and that will propel. But that pain needs articulation, is what I am saying, because that pain was there from the late 60s till date, and it only had expression when Nnamdi Kanu articulated it. So with Nnamdi Kanu now out of the equation now, that pain would no longer have the articulation, even though it is still there, and that is why I'm saying it will peter off. That is why I said take the head off and the body will follow.
Somebody else will come along.
Yeah, but no, who is charismatic enough? It took them 40, 50 years for somebody charismatic enough to take it on. So
Yeah.
it's not a dime a dozen. You know, Nnamdi Kanu is a special talent. It's a special kind of human being. Whether you agree with his politics or not, he's a special kind of human being. And the last incarnation of that was Ojukwu. So you see the time lapse between those two. So it's not just some random administrator that would drive it.
Yeah, every one of us you have a special talent in something. You know, 10 years ago we didn't know nothing about Nnamdi Kanu. You know, until he came along. So I believe somewhere along the line, you know, sometimes necessity, surprises us sometimes. This is a time that somebody can just come up along and even do better than Kanu. You never know. You can never say never. So I believe that there is somebody out there who is capable. Even with the terrorist organization, when Abubakar Shekau was killed, somebody else took over. So there is always that special person out there that time will challenge them and they will pick up the challenge. So this is how it happens sometimes. So we cannot just wish it away and say, because Nnamdi Kanu is arrested, everything will just die down and everybody will just
okay, well, in the fullness of time we will see, but it's not a space that is easily occupied, because Nnamdi Kanu is a talented human being. Nnamdi Kanu it is like it's like in football, for instance. Anybody can play football, but there's only one Lionel Messi. He's like the Lionel Messi of the space. So anybody can come. You see, the next person that will take that airwaves, he will try and mimic the Nnamdi Kanu anger and the outrage, but it will not quite chime because there will be insincerity in it, because it's not visceral and innate to his person. It's a personality-led movement, and that personality has been removed. I cannot see the dynamics will change almost certainly. There's absolutely no question in that.
Not immediately. No, not immediately.
Okay.
But I'm telling you, somebody will come along and you will see. And so that person will because when Kanu came along,
well, it took 40 years for Nnamdi Kanu to come along.
He established himself. People like his message. People followed him. They're still following him. So he became a household name, and they see him as a savior, somebody who came to liberate them. So they love him. I don't think arresting Nnamdi Kanu we just slow down. It will definitely now it will slow down a little bit, but it will still pick up. And it depends on the reaction of the government, because there is a way this government will. First of all, you need to understand that this government actually made Nnamdi Kanu who he is today. You understand?
Before, it was just some annoying voice in the distance that you just hear. It was just some rascally boy.
He has become, with the second arrest, now he has established himself as a hero in the eyes of his follower. So this is what the narrative will be and continue to be. So I do not believe that the movement will just die away. To me, it will escalate it, depending on the reaction of the government.
Okay.
Don't forget that Nnamdi Kanu promised his followers that if he doesn't give them Biafra in 2020, that is not God has sent him. So don't forget that. So I doubt that hero part that you mentioned. Many of them are starting to. He said it now. He told them.
He said Biafra or death.
No. He said if he doesn't give them Biafra in 2020, say it's not Elohim.
I don't know if you are making that one up, or Mike.
I'm serious. They are still. His followers are. Why do you think they are all angry?
Okay. All right. The thank you. Let's hear Ife's introductory remark. Actually, Ife wanted Ovie to go before him, so let's hear. In fact, Mike, let me shuffle you just for a moment, just so I can take on this new voice that's coming. But I don't leave before I bring you back. So let's hear Ovie's just opening remarks, and then we hear from Ife. So Ovie, to you.
Man, I kind of enjoy Desano when he talks, but Desano doesn't, put the reality on ground and the season we are into factor when you talk. You understand? Kanu is not going to be out here after 2023 election.
No, definitely not. I think we can all agree on that. I don't think anybody is of that thought.
You understand? At this point now, it's not even the federal government now. The federal government don't give the elite of that region work. You want presidency, Abi? Maintain peace. How did you think this thing happened? Do you think there's no hand of honor? What's it called? Yeah, the sociocultural group, Indigo and Hazy. You think they don't have hand in this man capture?
No, I don't think they do, because what they are saying is that even Buhari was not aware of this. Sorry, I took myself off. This was an what is being said is this is an ultra secret mission, because this is a delicate operation that had to be carried out precisely. So I don't think they will be.
All of a sudden, you don't buy the presidency.
No. I'm going with what makes the most sense. If too many people cannot know about this sort of an operation. That's just basic logic.
As time goes on, you go to hear more narrative. Then things go to fall into place. This man, let me say they catch him for any place. Now within the shores of Nigeria and Cameroon, they catch him. That association between them and what is it called, Ambazonia. That is not the beginning of a bigger problem. Be that even the United States Secret Service actually conscious Nigerian government say, come, you have to watch out this new relationship that these guys are forming. And what happened next? This one like 2-3 weeks ago. What happened next? They picked the Ambazonia guy out first. You know the deal they offered the guy. What was the conversation between the Nigerian state and that guy?
Yes, we've not even added that into the equation. Black Mamba.
Yeah. So this is the way you see. So now that peace, when I thought the election go and it's going to be very peaceful. Now the element you don't see so. You understand? They won't do him anything. You understand? They go just bring ridiculous charges against him. Now so you go just like our brother with the Abuja there. What's his name? Sure. It's just that him no go get that Abuja tour. He go dey inside confinement. Like you understand? Now pity you go need now you have to pay attention to the politicians and the elites within that region, their moves and their comments. Now there you go know actually the real deal. Because they are desperate, everybody is desperate. And again, very soon this thing will die down. So within the next 2 weeks, you will see say 2 governors will come to APC. The governor of Enugu and the governor of
Edo.
Okay, they say, boy,
Edo will defect as well. This is what they did.
Those 2 instant governor and 1 for North. Now, waiting go dominate the news be that,
in fact, within the next 2 days, this NNAMDI Kanu narrative would have been replaced by another outrageous. We'll be alarming and raging about something else.
The rally that is coming up in Lagos, that one too will dominate the airwaves. So all these things, and again, the media that control the narrative, who get them and we get them, but how come everybody now they don't key into the administrative narrative? So now all those things you go reconsider. When they prescribe Ipob terrorists, no be our media they hype and up to today. When even though when the international community they prescribe the bandits in the north as a terrorist, we see our media they follow too. Now we get the media, but everybody keep quiet. So you need to now all those things. When you listen to all those things, how they move, you go understand what these are playing. All these things are because of election. You understand? They don't just calm things down from there. And now you are talking about the youth of that region.
Yeah,
you are talking about the youth of that region. Everybody now, all the governors, they come on skill acquisition center. They are chipping in their thousands. They don't give them activity. They are engaging them already.
Can I bring something, please?
Yeah, let Babakure come in, then I'll hear from Slow. Yeah, Babakure, yeah, go on.
Like Ovie said, I am not going to dispute that anyway. Particularly the issue of Indibu and whatever they call themselves, because I don't see any reasonable person when federal government deploys somebody into your own region and they are shelling your own children and you are watching and you could not even say one word.
One word. Wow.
So can't you see that they have hand in it? We discussed on this platform the other day when we talking about Southern governor when they come back in Delta State and they are making noise. What we say? I don't trust them. So what is happening since then now? Is not all of them always defect to APC?
I think a lot of the Igbo elites, they see Nnamdi Kanu as essentially a disruptor. Because we've heard from yes, a lot of them are happy. We've heard from Tony Nnamdi. We know what Tony Nnamdi thinks. Hold on now, Ovie, just give me 1 second. We've heard from Tony Nnamdi, so we know what he thinks. We've heard from Ohaneze now that say they're not going to, this is in the news, they say they are not going to stick out their neck for Nnamdi Kanu. We've heard from Joe Igbokwe, who is on social media, praise worshiping, hallelujah. What's that?
No, it's not worth mentioning. Joe Igbokwe.
Well, it's a leading Igbo voice, is it not?
No, it's not a leading voice.
Yeah, but Tony Nnamdi is, and Ohaneze Ndigbo is, and they're all singing from the same hymn sheet.
To mention his name. That guy is somebody who worked for APC in Lagos.
Yes, so we lose bad boy.
Yeah, he's a local champion in Lagos. So nobody knows him in the East.
Okay. Ovie, carry on.
Again, and they say they captured him on Sunday.
No,
and the media just let us know. You understand?
It was not captured.
Now,
it was accepted.
Now you agree that no be because of the planned protest, Buhari call out in trip. They don't already give an intelligent information, say we are carrying out an operation so time. Because to say Buhari did London when this thing happened, there would have been a big protest in London. Even though no go eat anything, but at least it will make a lot of.
But Ovie, that lends to the narrative that this was a secretive thing because Buhari was intent on leaving for London, but then they pulled him back. That look, something momentous is about to happen, and you need to be around. So of course, I think we can all categorically agree that this is the reason why they cancelled Buhari's trip to London.
If there's anybody to be blamed,
that British has hand in it. That is the question.
If there's anybody to be blamed,
can I talk now?
Yeah, let's hear from Ovie. Sorry, carry on. Yeah, carry on.
To be blamed. If there's anybody to be blamed at all in NNAMDI capture, they should blame the Ohio's Indigo.
Ovie.
Hold on. Why?
It was not captured. It was intercepted.
Why? Because of what they want.
No. So, Ovie, sometimes you have to remove. Remove political conspiracy. You always over.
Conspiracy. Now let me finish.
Okay, finish. But there's no logic to the reasoning, the line you are following. But carry on.
I was telling you yesterday how the youth of the organs we are actually revolting against the new leadership because they found out that there's a conspiracy to overthrow the man empowership and install their own leadership in that youth so that whatever they want, they could just go straight to the narrative of the 2023. It's out there. Go and read about it. I know they are just inform all these things. So what those kind of confusion? Now those are the youth now. Now the youth of the. I know those guys are also there in their numbers. So who's people now can go enter street, go fight, or go make all the noise?
Ovie, let me say this.
Those people are 100% responsible.
No. I don't know if. No. Let me go to this space with you. There can be different politics happening simultaneously. You are talking about a localized politics. Hold on. Can you? You say you never listen. This is the thing. Hold on, Ovie. Let me say this. There can be different politics all playing out at the same time, even within a locality. So you are talking about internal politicking within the Ohanese or the Igbo setting, but what played out for Nnamdi Kanu is a separate set of circumstances, because what is imagined is, what we do know was that they announced that Buhari was about to travel, and then they suddenly cancelled that travel at the last minute, and then they announced the arrest and presentation of Nnamdi Kanu within the Nigerian space. They said it was intercepted on Sunday, so this we know. So from that, it doesn't lend to your narrative. Hold on, listen, you have to listen. What it lends to is that this was a covert and highly secretive operation that opened a window of that opportunity. Very few people knew about it. Even the presidency, operatives acted, and they pulled Buhari back at the last minute to then present him Nnamdi Kanu. So that's the information that we don't know lends itself to that, but it doesn't lend itself to some persons. So somebody, no, that is too wishy-washy. That what you are saying.
This is what I'm saying. It was captured on Sunday.
Right.
It was not captured, it was intercepted.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. We understand.
Sunday,
Yeah.
When did the operation start? What I'm saying, who give them that information? The people that link Nnamdi whereabouts out are the online.
Do you think that Nnamdi Kanu is not being tracked? Do you think that it's not being tracked?
For a minute.
Do you know?
Then leak the man information out.
Forget it, man. You have to. Sometimes, Ovia, I wonder about you. No. It's a rubbish stance. It's a rubbish stance. Hold on. What makes more sense? Do you think that Nnamdi Kanu is not being tracked? Do you think that they don't have an infiltration into his organization? Do you think that somebody is not leaking information from within? So it leads more to that than to say some obscure Onahanese in Digbo, who are mortal enemies of the Ipob movement, were the ones that gave off Nnamdi Kanu. Why would they get information on Nnamdi Kanu when they are mortal enemies? What are you talking about, man?
That's my stand.
Oh, come on, Ovia, come on.
I'm not going to change my stand. Keep that man out.
No, come in Ovia, come in the Seno, and then quickly, and then we go to Ife, and then slow.
I do not believe that Ohanese Digbo.
No, it's too far-fetched, man.
Let me tell you, anytime Nnamdi is traveling to anywhere, he announces it. You guys are actually giving the Nigerian security agent a lot of credit that they don't deserve. Nnamdi Kanu will always give out information whenever he travel to the UK, to the US or any other country. He always announces it. So it's not a new thing that he must have announced his trip. Probably they lay an ambush, for him and caught him. That could have been exactly what happened. I don't think it has anything to do with Buhari pull back from going to London to seek medical help. It has nothing to do with none of that. Nnamdi simply announced his travel plan.
No.
That's not what I said.
No. Hold on. Just to that pulling Buhari back. The pulling Buhari back is because they were moving to capture him and they wanted to be able to present him, so they needed him in the country. So that's just really what I'm suggesting. Of course, we're all speculating.
That's what I said.
That's a coincidence. It has nothing to do with that.
There's no conspiracy, not just coincidence.
Okay.
The conspiracy theories, nor do I believe in coincidence.
Oh, okay. Well, you are coming up with a conspiracy theory. Are you not? That's a conspiracy theory. You don't know anything. That's your speculation.
No, what do you mean? I say hold me to it.
No, but that is your speculation, though. You don't know anything to back that up. That is your political calculus. Yes, Ife waited his turn, so now let's give him the floor too. So Ife, to you.
Good evening, good night, good morning, wherever you are hearing me from. Desano, you make some analysis. I agree with you, or some I don't agree with you. You have been using the word intercepted. The question we need to ask ourselves, does Nigeria have that technological capacity to intercept people's, whereabouts, wherever they are? You've also said wherever he wants to move, he announces. So I'm not giving the Nigerian space that technological capacity. I agree with you on that. Then there's this narration we are saying that maybe the Europeans or the people here, the British or some other people, that it cannot happen. You've also talked about history, so the question is this: when the African liberation leaders then were fighting, who were selling them out? Are they not the Europeans? Was it not later that we later know the info? We have the situation of Lumumba, we have those of even, that even Mandela was even, the Europeans went against Mandela. Yes. That was later being celebrated by them. So in that case, I will not be surprised that there could be a covert, linkage, that don't let this capture be on our soil, but it will be in Africa. And you've said, Desano, that we have a short memory in terms of the way we do struggle. So I will not be surprised that a black man will still be the enemy of the black man. It's just normal.
Yes.
All these are our past leaders, all these are our past leaders that were killed or imprisoned were either sabotaged by their fellow counterparts.
Insider.
We have in the in our own country. We have people, Awolowo was sabotaged by Abiola, according to what they will say. I was not born then, but we heard that they later reconciled. So these are the things we are facing. Yes. So I'm saying this Ipob movement, who does it affect the most? Is it Nigerians or the European businesses in Nigeria? It affects the European most, so we cannot write them off. Then this notion that we're having that, this place is a safe haven. If they find out that you are doing something that will affect their business back home, anybody can be trapped in their net. And
because the Europeans money.
Yes. Exactly. So the wealth of information they have now, and like you said, when they merged with the Amazonians, I knew there would be problem. Now you are playing with two powerful international bodies. You have the French and you have the you have the English. That you even have the Chinese, because the Chinese have stake in the Cameroonian sector now. And we know exactly, and we know the morality of the Chinese. They can do and do. I'm even suspecting maybe the Chinese were the ones that would have let him out if truly was apprehended in Africa, either Kenya, wherever it might be. These are every places where where the Chinese have invested, and for technology, they are as good as that. Even the Chinese are notorious for kidnapping people. It is happening in Hong Kong. It is happening even in Australia. China kidnapped a Chinese citizen from Australia. Australia is a top world power. So
it actually happened here in Ireland many years ago.
You see, are you serious? You can imagine that.
They their own people here. They will collect the ransom in China.
Are you? so we should not. Yeah. So the whole idea is we should not remove these people, because.
Don't ask me how do I know that?
Yeah, no problem. So the whole idea for me is either we like it or not, Ipob, Oduduwa Republic, whatever movement, an average black person from Africa wants his fellow black person to be liberated. And that's why you find out that any cause for liberation, agitation, protest is being sponsored heavily by the diaspora. We are not stupid people. It's just that we've seen life and we want our people to be liberated. Either we like it or not. So
all right.
Let me go. Yeah, please let me go to either the arrest what will lead to. The way I see it, two things. The Nigerian government has to be careful. Two things. It's either they win or they lose. And if they will lose, they will lose totally.
Yes.
It's just two things. Those are the two possibilities. It's either it is well managed, they win, and the cause for agitation or separation will just die down, either in the southwest, south, wherever the cause of agitation is. It will just die down. Or they just mismanage it and just spiral out of their hand like Boko Haram issue. I think I will cut it there.
I think they will manage it okay, because the way they have managed Showore is an indication of that. It's only that it would not have the liberty that Showore has, because it's more high profile and more a volatile situation. They will corset him and cocoon him in a very nice facility. He will be well treated, well fed, well watered, and he will be well taken care of medically and in all ways. The only thing is he will be taken out of circulation. That is the thing, and that is how they will manage him.
Do you think they've managed to manage himself?
How do you mean?
I mean that because looking at the caliber of people in this government, I do not think they are capable of managing anything.
No, well, Showore has not been brutalized or traumatized. He gets
himself very well with the administration.
Well, okay, this is what I'm saying. They've put restrictions on Showore to stay within the parameters of Abuja. Showore flouts a lot of his bail conditions because they said he shouldn't be in a gathering of more than 10, which he does routinely. They said he should slow, and these are court pronouncements, by the way. No, so they said he should slow. So but they look away a lot from his antics. But what they just do is they restrict him within the boundaries of Abuja. They make sure that he's safe within the boundaries of Abuja. They put him in court endlessly, and they keep on deferring the case, and they just contain him within that space. So that is managing him.
Yeah, I believe Showore went to court and have that gathering of 10 people removed. I think.
Well, there you are. So slowly by surely, but that is still managing him.
Yeah. They restored him to Abuja, not to come back to Abuja and all of that. So I believe Showore has, because the intention was to make Showore to run away from Nigeria, become a fugitive. That was the intention.
No, I think the intention was really just to slow him down and stop his agitation, and they want to tie him up, which they have done. They want to tie him up in legal knots that is so busy in court that he doesn't have this room for agitation. He still stubbornly makes noise in Abuja, but it's not as much a nuisance as it was previously.
Listen to what Desano is saying.
Which is what?
The intention was
to make him a fugitive.
Run away from Nigeria and become a fugitive. But Showore has refused to do that. That is why they are prosecuted with him.
I don't know about that. That is those are not my thoughts anyway.
It's because you underrate the full animal that he cannot even raise it that way. That's why.
No, it's because I estimate the system higher. It doesn't matter if
That's why. If you want to know smart people, look at how they manage themselves and how they manage their business and their affair. Look at the way they are managing the country. They've turned the country 360 degrees. They've set Nigeria back almost 40 years. These are not people that you can give credit to.
Okay. Let's hear from Slur. He has been
You just quoted me.
No, he didn't quote you. You are a Fulani worshipper. You're not Alvier. You are.
Just quoted me 7 years ago. What I said. I said
it's
going to set us back 30 years from that day. That was 2014.
Before
he become president. When Tinubu and co give him tickets and go and compete, I say this man will set us back 30 years. What is happening? So he quoted me.
Okay, let's hear from Slur, who has been patiently waiting for his turn. So Slur, we see you. Thank you for waiting. What are you making of the narrative? Slur, you have to unmute yourself. I didn't mute you. Yes. So there you go. Yeah.
Hi everyone.
Hello.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yeah. First and foremost, the question we're going to ask ourselves: who was NNAMDI Kanu before he was first arrested? Nobody knew. I didn't even know anything about him.
Yeah, it was just some noisemaker from Umar here.
It was after the arrest that they made him popular. So, and the agitation did not die down. So I don't think that arresting him now is going to kill the agitation. Now, let's look at it this way. Most of the people that I know that are supporting Biafra, they are not supporting because of NNAMDI Kanu. You understand? No. Because some don't even listen to them. You understand?
But how do you mean? No. Hold on. You can't say that. What was the Biafra narrative before NNAMDI Kanu came on the scene?
Listen, the Biafra narrative, people, initially it was Masop. You get my point. After Masop, IPOB came on board. You understand?
Right.
IPOB came on board because they were arrested. And IPOB became more popular than Masop.
Right.
You understand? Yeah. There's another group again that I don't know of, you know. But you know what is driving this agitation is because of the imbalance of the system. You understand?
Yes.
When people get killed, people will not be arrested. When you go as a southerner to settle in the north, when there's a problem, they will kill you. They will leave somebody from Niger. So these are the things people are seeing and they are supporting. It's like one of your contributors said that they are supporting from the diaspora. Are we stupid? I don't have any stake in Nigeria. I can tell you that my parents are not in Nigeria. They're not even citizens of Nigeria. My brothers are not in Nigeria. I have a child. It's not even a citizen of Nigeria. But we are supporting any movement in Nigeria. You understand? Because of what we have seen. You understand? Yes. So I don't think the agitation is going to die. It may slow it down, but definitely it's not going to die down. The only thing that can stop the agitation is if you guys will be able to define Nigeria. I said if Buhari changed now tomorrow, which I don't think, which is not going to be possible. Buhari said, okay, now we want to make Nigeria one, or we are going to restructure. Let each region take up their resources, have your own security. Let's mount our border. No more Fulani herdsmen coming from Chad, from this. If he can do all those things, I think definitely that will be able to kill the agitation. But apart from that, I don't think anything there because Buhari is not heading that way. Yeah.
What about this is what I believe is going to happen. Because of the election, it will slow down. But after the election, if Indigo didn't get the ticket or they didn't win the presidency, then he will come back ×2. More fire will start again. More candle will start springing up. But before now, the thing goes slow.
I agree with you.
The reason after then, I can't tell.
Yes, what happened is that because of the selfishness of the Eastern politician, you know, not only Eastern politician, mostly people from Africa, like most especially you see Europe, they will put their people first before themselves. But the politician, they are putting themselves first, their political agenda. They want to be a president when you cannot make any law for your people, when Fulani, the security will still be controlled by the Fulani. No, but the point is that let's see what will happen between now and the election or after the election. But all they want is to have the presidency. But again, in as much as I state Ohanaeze Ndigbo, I don't think Ohanaeze Ndigbo has a hand in the interception of Carlo or whatever. And I also think that maybe he was arrested outside EU because, but I doubt much if UK do not have hand in this. You understand?
They might have information, but I don't think.
Yes, they must have passed information to Nigerian government or to one way or the other. I say, okay, let this thing not happen in our soil, because if he was arrested in UK, Carlo lawyer can challenge his arrest and they will take up UK government in court and UK will pay dearly for it. And that will damage their credibility. So I think what they did was maybe give out information about Carlo movement. You understand? And I also think, I don't know why Carlo has to move out of UK. That is one thing I do not understand. I don't know who advised him.
But I think, you know, there's an alliance that is shaping up between this rogue organization in parts of Cameroon and Tanzania and the Biafra rascality. So those rascalities wanted to join forces, and I think that is what moved on and to come to Africa to come and finalize the negotiations.
One man, I agree with you, but that is stupidity in the highest level. I don't know who advised him.
No, it's a calculated risk that went wrong.
I don't know who advised him to do that. It's like another person told me something. It's a rumor, but don't take the word for it.
Yeah.
One guy was telling me, say maybe he was diagnosed of terminal sickness, so he decided to go so that he will be arrested and die in the hand of government. I don't know.
No,
but that's just a rumor. That's just a side talk. You understand?
That is as far-fetched as obvious theory that it is Ohanaeze Ndigbo that gave him up.
You understand? So he couldn't have traveled to Nigeria, because if he leaves the UK will pass the information to the Nigerian government in exchange for oil or in exchange for one thing or the other. You get my point. So, and they'll be able to intercept him and get him arrested. But I don't think Ohaneze has anything to do with that. But let's see how it plays out. But I believe the agitation will go on, and it is not going to die. You understand? But definitely,
we will see. But I anticipate a slowing down in the agitation.
Yes.
I really do.
There's going to be a slowdown. There's going to be a slowdown of the agitation.
There will be a slowdown.
There's going to be a slowdown, definitely.
And then I see it breaking into factions, and I see a fight for control.
What is happening is that Asari Dokubo want to take over the process, from what I heard. That is making consultation. I don't know how far-fetched or what he's doing now, but I don't know. But definitely, I don't think Asari Dokubo will take over Ipob. I think if when he was arrested the last time, I think the association was still ongoing, and the second
that will not be possible because Asari Dokubo is from the south, and the Igbo narrative does not apply to him. So, and people will follow him.
But Asari Dokubo was trying to fill in the space not long ago.
Yeah, he was just trying to. I think he was just jealous, looking for attention.
Plenty of fish is commenting. It says, "One man prophet laughing my ass off." So you can laugh your ass off, but the people who follow this platform would recall that a week or so ago, I was speculating that there's a possibility that the Nigerian government will go through like Interpol to try and effect the arrest of this guy. Like, this guy was laughing. Every single person apart from OVA was pointing at me and laughing. On this platform, a lot of you would have heard it when I was saying, look, they can use Interpol. They say, no, Interpol this, that, and the other. Even I think Ayo came on board and he laughed as well. But then, of course, it has now played out. So you can call me prophet because I'm calling myself a prophet. There you go.
The reason they went after him, the reason
why Nigeria government has gone after NNAMDI Kanu. You see, the Eastern Network security, they be very, very effective in fighting the Nigerian army. And in most cases, the Nigerian army are losing men. So they've seen NADO potency and the Eastern Security Network. They've seen their potency and they see the strength. And also with the collaboration with the Amazonian fighters. So they are seeing a big threat. And also because of the economic involvement of that region, of the Amazonian region and Bakassi Peninsula, because the French government and also the American government, the UK government, they have a lot of investment in that region, especially around the Bakassi.
Exactly. Exactly. That's why I don't like why he joined them.
This is a big economic threat to the Nigerian government and the Cameroon government and the international community. And also the Gulf of Guinea is a transit point in shipping of crude oil from
and gold from Cameroon,
from Southern Africa to West Africa. So that is a potential economic zone, and the Nigerian government and the international community, they won't want a conflict in that region because that is where the Biafran Biafran National League Army or whatever they call themselves. They were talking about it the last time that
okay. I'm going to seek to be rounding off very soon. I think we've speculated a lot, but I think a lot of it, if you ask me really, if you nailed me to the ground and asked for I think it's just a fortuitous opportunity that presented itself and they grabbed him. This is what probably played out. They've been monitoring him, of course, as circumstances brought him to Africa, probably to negotiate with these Amazonians, and then of course he had been tracked all the way through and the opportunity presented itself and they grabbed him. This is just my speculation, but of course I know that other people have other thoughts, but we seek to round off and we start from slow and then
I want to quickly
you come in then and we take that as your final comment. So come in, Ife.
Okay. You said something about you see the agitation dying down.
No, I say it petering out. Yes, because the 70% of it is at least 60, 40, 50% of it is NNAMDI Kanu. Who will lead it? Which voice will they listen to? It's just going to fade off.
I think I'll go with the Sano this we are not in the time before the last war when there was no internet, because even they banned Twitter, the Nigerian populace are still outsmarting them, you know. So, and when a just cause is being fought, where everybody wants some form of respect, some form of justice being served. Everybody can see to it. Let us even remove NNAMDI Kanu. Everybody can see to it that there is.
Well, can you remove NNAMDI Kanu? I've been running this platform for at least a couple of months now, and every Biafran person that comes, the first voice that they speak to, we used to have Freeman. We used to, in fact, all of them, Starman, all of them, Bia, all of them. The first narrative that they say that NNAMDI Kanu, then blah 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 blah. NNAMDI Kanu, then blah 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 blah. NNAMDI Kanu, then blah 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 blah. So NNAMDI Kanu is essentially that narrative.
Okay, I have
essentially.
A question for you. Yes, I have a question for you. Can you remove Nelson Mandela from apartheid?
No.
How do you mean? Yes.
You can't. But was Nelson Mandela the first person that started apartheid struggle? He wasn't. So if there's no NNAMDI Kanu, there will be another person who may even be more potent. So
all right. We wait and see.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to say is this is an ideology that is vested on equality and justice being wanted. This is what I see.
This is a long-standing ideology, though, and it needed a personality to come.
Now, we are our kinsmen. Thank God you are from the southwest.
Do you concede that the Biafran narrative, the IPOB narrative, because the IPOB narrative is quite unique and peculiar. It's not the Biafran narrative. It's a subsect because you have all sorts of organizations within that space. You have the Mossab, as we've already said, and all manners of. But the IPOB narrative, essentially, do you concede that it's essentially almost wholly an NNAMDI Kanu narrative?
Anything that has to do with liberation of people is almost wholly for me. So to just cap it off before I go. Two things normally happen when groups are being persecuted, especially when they are fighting for a just cause. I will not be surprised now, they will even have sympathizers among the Nigerian security personnel internally. They will have more sympathizers. Then persecution has shown us that it normally expands the sphere of operation. More and more people who are not even now interested will become interested. Most people did not know about NNAMDI Kanu now. Most people will know about him, and another form of will come up. So that's why it is. It's not going to die down. I will even be waiting for PC movement by Iba Gani Adams to even talk about it. I know when people start talking in the Southwest, there will be more pressure. We may not really get the end of what will happen, but I just hope the struggle, the government just have to go. I'm tired of that government, you know.
All right, thank you, Fair. Well articulated. Please join us again. Voice of reason and a reason voice. Go on, Baba Kore. I could see you already stretching for. Go on.
Oh, okay. Well, my own is going to be brief. Like you said, I don't really think, based on the way we have already spoken now, I don't really think that it was intercepted in UK, like we have been saying, because I don't see why people have to keep him up of the United Kingdom,
because he jumped bail.
That doesn't warrant it, but man, just forget about that, right? So now all the Nigerian military now channeled all their power to the southeast now. But we have a lot of bandits is going on everywhere in the country. They cannot control them. They know that something will happen, or something might happen. That is why they quickly sent military to them again to make sure that they cushion whatever pressure that might want to come out of that place. And those who are jubilating they can go ahead and continue jubilating. We are in the same problem. Particularly those who are in Nigeria that are jubilating. It is them have the most problem, because it is them have their kids there. It is them have everything there. So I almost shed tears for those young kids that were butchered. My kid is not there. They were not even born there. So they don't have any cause to go there. They don't want to go. So those who are jubilating, they can continue. Because like me, it is little bit problem I will have. It is them have the major problem. So they can go ahead.
Running the generator at the background. Maybe you should mute that person.
I've tried to mute. Yeah, I could hear the. I'm not sure. You are the only one that is unmuted. So let me. Okay, yeah, it's actually from you. Carry on, Babakure.
And I think Nigerian government, to me, that is just advice, but they are not. They will never listen to advice anyway. They need to sit down with and dialogue with people who are agitating. Buhari already said in his statement there is no instruction in his dictionary. So what are we going to do? Why still continue killing people across the country? So what are we going to do? Everybody fed up of the place. So it is very sad anyway. It is a very sad thing, and I don't know the reason why NNAMDI Kanu will have to speak so low too. To leave UK for whatever reason, whatever reason, I don't know. So that is what I have to contribute.
All right. Thank you, Babakure. God bless. I could see you're a bit tired. Maybe you've had a long day, but always good to hear from you. Babakure, ladies and gentlemen, a staple on the channel, and I'm sure you all look forward to hearing from him. Let's see. Go on, Deseno.
Yeah, I just want to see. You can see that from the arrest of NNAMDI Kanu, for the past, since his announcements of his arrest. You can see that a particular section of the country are very happy because this, it seems to be that NNAMDI Kanu has been their biggest problem for the agenda of this land grabbing. So I also know that he has been, their biggest headache. He has been their biggest worries. I think there is a gem in the background there, Maybe the person will mute.
Who's that? No, I can't hear anything. It's only you and I that is unmuted. So yeah, okay, and there's definitely no Jen here.
Okay, I'll just continue.
Yeah.
So he has been their biggest headache and to the colonization agenda, because he seemed to be the only person who has woken all Nigerians, especially the Southerners. He has woken all of us up. Now everybody's eye is wide open. The federal government seems to be forcing the agenda on all of us, going back to trying to revive the grazing routes, of which everyone is saying, "Oh, we don't want it," but at the same time, they are still forcing it on people. As we, we are rejecting it, they are forcing it on all of us. I do not think the arrest of NNAMDI Kanu will stop the agitation. To me, it will escalate it, depending on how the government handle the issue of Kanu arrest and prosecution. So, and also somebody mentioned about Kanu presentation of his arrest. If you notice, that he might have some sympathizer as well from the rank of the police and the military. If you look at, to tell you that the Igbo are really oppressed, which is not a secret, you will notice that the three arms of government, the major three arms of the security in Nigeria, their spokesperson all three spokesperson of the military is an Igbo person. In the police, is an Igbo person. In the DSS, is an Igbo person. So I know about this because having lived in Europe for many years, when you work for so many companies, many institutions, you notice that.
Yeah, you're talking about the token black man.
Yeah, exactly. So you notice that either the spokesperson or maybe a representation from minority, somebody, just they need a face, to be dishing out information to the people that they tend to oppress. This how is done in Europe. You understand? And you live in America there, so you notice exactly, you must understand exactly what I'm talking about. This is how they do it. So that tells you that the Nigerian government, they are not up to no good. For them to have all the three, major institutions like the police, the DSS and the army, all three spokespersons, they are all Igbos. What does that tell you? So it's a shame because they know they are committing a lot of atrocity right now. So they need a face to represent and speak to those who are there, they tend to oppress. And this is the reason why they keep pushing the Igbos into those positions. And they are accepting it. Because when they kill their people, it is really their responsibility to address their own people or lie to their own people. You understand? So now they say, oh, we are not the one doing it. Oh, your brother is talking to you, so you should listen to your brother. So how come all the three institutions, all their spokespersons, especially at this critical time, are all Igbos? That should give us a food for thought, as they say.
All right. Thank you, Deseno. Well articulated, but then of course this is what we know you for.
One man say Fulani man is not that smart to reason like that. So
no, I don't. No. It's just a 101 stuff, isn't it? It's not anything. This is not a high functioning thinking. This is just basic level functioning. So it's basic level stuff.
Politics is very simple. 1 + 1
it's basic level. They control all the spaces and then they tell an Igbo man to go and be speaking press release. I mean, it's not. That's not high functioning. That's nothing. But thank you, Deseno. The dulcet tones of Deseno. Thank you, Deseno. To you, Slur. Let's hear your words. Slur? Have we lost you, Slur? Okay, I think we've lost Slur. Okay, Slur is no longer with us. Oh, I muted you. Slur, are you there? Yeah, carry on. So yes. Your closing remark, yeah.
Okay. I believe it's a sad day for Biafrans, and most especially for Ipob, and it's a good day for the Buhari government and for the Northerners. And when I say the Northerners, I mean the Northerners that I'm referring to. I'm not referring to every Northerner. Most especially, you just have to exclude the middle belts. The point is that they wanted him at all costs. As we can see today, their priority is not bandit. Their priority is not terrorism. Their priority is not the killing that is going on in Nigeria. Their priority is not about the killing that happens in Ibadan. The killing has been ongoing in Middle Belt, in Benue, in Kaduna. That's not their priority. Their priority is to quench and stop any form of agitation. And the seat at home that took place in the eastern Nigeria, that was successful. And so they were going to go after him and secondly, he made a mistake by leaving UK. So let's see what will happen. But that will not quench the agitation. And what I want to tell people is that people should defend their land by whichever means. That is just the only thing. Because when Ipob started having problem was when they introduced ESN to start chasing the Fulani herdsmen from Imo bush, from the Anambra bush, from all those places. And they were sending all those jihadists away from their land. And Buhari had to call in the military, you understand? So Buhari will not stop. He's not going to change his mind. He's going to try to introduce grazing route. If it's not grazing route, it's water bill. If it's not how to bring in Fulani, there must be a way. They are not going to stop. The point is, what are we going to do? So the agitation should continue. Any person who can take over the leadership of Ipob should go ahead and take over the leadership of Ipob, and let the agitation continue.
All right, so, thank you, Slo. A pleasure to hear from you. Please join us again. So that was Slo. We go to Nodi Rational. We still want to be calling you Nodi Coin, but Rational Mind. Your thoughts?
Yeah. Well, it's quite a day. I think the whole space has been bombarded with this NNAMDI. I think NNAMDI had a celebrity.
Yes, it's really a one-story day, isn't it? Because there's no other space for anything else.
Yeah. So, well, we just have to wait and see how this whole thing plays out. It's too early for us to say exactly what's going to happen from here forward. But one thing I'm certain is the narrative has changed, either for good or for bad. Good in the sense that maybe it's going to totally collapse that country called Nigeria, because with him on ground there and with the agitation every year, and people making noise, and maybe that would also get the international community involved and all of that. And we're here to see how that plays out. And if it's for the bad aspect of it, which is okay, since they've been able to get this guy incarcerated, maybe that will silence the rest of the group members of the Ipob family, because the shepherd is no longer there, and so the flock will scatter, as they say. So we're yet to see how that plays out. But one thing I know for certain is, with the way he has got into some kind of misunderstanding or some kind of fight, or should I say fights, it's kind of there's a strained relationship between him and his ex deputy, former deputy, that is Uche Mefo, and the rest of them that left Ipob. I don't know if those ones are going to take over from him, or they'll be allowed to take over from him, since they are no longer part of the so-called Ipob family. Well, I see what I just see is I see a possibility of the whole agitation slowing down or totally even dying. As a result of NNAMDI Kanu not being there, because I think he has styled himself as a one-man show, in the sense that everything seems to revolve around him. Had he had allowed other people to also be active, he's not the only one giving the so-called preaching. He call it. He's not the only one giving that preaching or the prophetic thing that he says every time when he broadcasts. Maybe if he allowed other people to do the same, if he deputized that responsibility to other people like Uche Mefo and the rest of them back then, they come on here, they spilled out their whatever. Maybe that also would have maybe given them a footing in the group. So, but then we are yet to see how the whole thing plays out. But what I just want to say again about this whole agitation thing with the arrest of NNAMDI Kanu, or EB repatriated to Nigeria, I see that also affecting, because I'm yet to see how this whole Lagos rally is going to take place going forward from here, because I think that's a warning signal. But I think I
think they're almost certainly going to move against it. Now their back is up and their feathers are flapping. They will want to show power.
So I see that also. Maybe they'll be sending some kind of. I think already I heard the message today. I think was it the Attorney General was saying something in the line, like he said, this is a warning call to every other. Maybe it was one. Maybe I was just imagining. I heard him say it.
It's a loud mouth anyway. So, Abubakar Malami, so he would not miss the moment.
Yeah, this is a warning to every other people. Like I was like, whoa. So you're sending message to other people like Sunday go then, and then we've already seen this guy. What's his name? The governor of Lagos State,
Sanwo-Olu, yeah,
already giving out it's almost like $1 billion naira, how many millions of naira to kind of like buffer up security. You've not been doing this a long time ago. Why suddenly, because of you hear these guys coming to Lagos, and not as if they're coming to Lagos to fight, but they are coming for a peaceful rally. But you have your dogs barking there in Lagos, the likes of this guy in what's that guy's name in this Agbero guy in Oshodi there?
MC Oloma.
I don't even like calling that guy's name, because that guy to me is just a nobody.
Is a billionaire?
He's an illiterate. It's just he uses got money through thuggery, and he has kids every year and then every part of the world.
You know that almost every year, at least one of his children is a child of his is graduating in America. You see photographs of him graduating his children. So that illiteracy ends with him, and he's done whatever he needed to do to evolve out of. So
just imagine, we have professors there in Nigeria that earns almost like 500,000 naira every year or every month. I mean, and then you have this guy with just a thug, and then in Oshodi raking in billions of naira almost every month. Like,
there you are. Don't hate the player, hate the game.
So the thing is the thing is, with this them backing like, oh, don't come to Lagos. I don't know how true it is. Maybe he said it. Like, although we're hearing that he later said he did not say it, that they should not come to Lagos. But I know, setting that tone already, they're warning them that if you come, we're going to meet you guys with violence. And that they introduce violence into it, then the state will come into it, the police will come into it, the army will come into it, and then they will start styling these guys as terrorists, or they will start prescribing Sunday Igboho and and the rest of them, and then start putting all of them.
It's almost certain that it's going to be a bit volatile, that rally.
Big mess. It's going to be one big mess at the end of the day.
All right, thank you, Rational Mind. Rational Mind with this rational thought. Good to hear from you. So we go to Engineer. We hear from Engineer next. Engineer, you're up.
Oh, finally, thank you.
Sorry, Engineer, you are a member of the family, so you shouldn't. There you go. We lost him, but he's back. Oh, sorry. Yeah, there you are.
Just what I'm gonna say quickly. You see, like I said, our brother NNAMDI Kanu has been betrayed by some of his Kanu'S, but according to this guy who just came in, his name is Danny or so, the one even threatening people.
Did he threaten anybody? I didn't hear that.
No, the one here, he's carrying pump action, showing.
Oh, no, yeah. I mean, please, that's not what we do here. We're just here to make noise. Don't introduce, not you, but that person, whoever that was.
Yeah, exactly. You see, when somebody don't know what to say, will come out and be saying something off-head. If he's saying they captured NNAMDI Kanu in Lagos, how did he come into Nigeria? Those people are just, the government are hunting for somebody that they know that they can't catch him. So, and for him to come in and said NNAMDI Kanu has been arrested in Lagos, how did he get into the country? That's number one. So sometimes people don't think very well before they come out and start talking. That's just the truth. This guy, like I said, I have a real source, because I have friends, I have Igbo guys in Cameroon. There are things that is happening there. They do call me, we do chat. I chat with a lot of people. You understand? This man was captured based on his coming into the country in Formula One tactics, just to come in and deliver some video and sneak
out.
Yes,
this is what I suspect too. He wanted to show off. Yes.
So things like this, unfortunately, the same people you call some of the IPOB members, they betrayed that guy. That's just the simple fact. But come to think about it, if they want to release him, they will release him. You can hook Nigerian government in their neck. Do you know where you can hook them up?
The oil.
Thank you. So if people should go and tell them, release this man within 48 hours, or else, that's where Nigerian government, they're having their milk from there. They will. 100%. I'm telling you, Ove, if you like, keep nodding your head. One day I'll carry you. If I reach Nigeria, I'll take you there. You see things yourself. You won't believe it.
No, they come out after election.
Okay.
No,
then by the time they come out one oil pump there, you will know what's up now.
Who will come out here the oil pump? Who?
Watch and see then. Watch and see. Okay. You will see the tune.
It will be interesting to see what the reaction of Ipob will be now to this or that space. So
they will do anything to hunt Nigerian government. Nobody will come out and start fighting them, because they know that a lot of people will be there. Katashin will full road, AK-47. Remember the same Boko Haram, they will be in uniform to attack innocent citizens of Southerners. That's what is going to happen. But if they go through the oil pipe, I'm telling you, Nigerian government, their bottom will be shaking. That's just the truth, nothing but the truth. So God will help us, and I wish everybody all the best, and we'll achieve it.
Interesting times. Thank you, engineer. Sorry for keeping you up so late. I know you've been trying to come in, but I was trying to balance everybody, and I know that you and Ovie, you are team members. So
go and sleep and wake up to reality tomorrow.
All right. Thank you, engineer. God bless. Engineer, ladies and gentlemen, you all know him. Mike, to you. Mike.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Have you fallen asleep? Or is that Henneken seasoning? Eh?
No, I'm not an alcoholic now. Don't try to.
You see now, once we associate it with one thing. And by the way, thank you for people staying on this to the session. Please, if you are not subscribed, then please do. We come on every single day, 10ish thereabout. Just to chew over the fat on matters Nigeria related. Usually goes like this, sometimes even more interesting and sometimes even more volatile. So if you are not subscribed, then please do, and turn on not off but on the notification as well. So to Michael, to you.
Yeah, see, Mike, I was in the military before, right? And one thing they will teach you is this: before you go to battle, before you want to make sure you pick the right leader to lead you. Otherwise, you will find yourself in a serious mess. In the military, in war, you die. You pick the wrong leader. And two things, among many factors about a leader is very important. Is one, is the person has to be a strategic person, and two, the person has to be an emotional, intelligent person. You understand what I'm saying? Now, my advice to Igbo people is this: they have to pick a third leader now, because this is the second leader that has gone down. The first one was Ojukwu, the second one is NNAMDI. Now, the two things that those two guys lacked that made them fail in the leadership of their people, in the direction of leading their people, was that they lack the strategic thinking and they lack the emotional intelligence. That's the two things about those two guys. Now, Igbo people, if they're going to pick the third leader, they need to learn from the first two mistakes that they've made. If this is the way NNAMDI Kanu is going to go down, yes, it may be bad, but it's not that bad. Because I was feeling sorry for Igbo people, because I really thought this guy was going to lead them to war. And I'm like, this guy is leading these people with no strategy and no emotional intelligence. He's going to lead them to another same mistake Ojukwu made. So, they need to
go with your procrastination.
What's that?
I said, go with your procrastination. You heard me the first time.
Procrastination, okay.
Yes.
You
mean
you're
in the military, but you don't talk like somebody who's in the military. For why, God, you talk like someone who's just...
How am I procrastinating?
Who's just pissing his pants, who cannot really stand the steam of events and things. You're just going round and round.
The thing is, you guys follow people just emotionally. That's what it is.
Try to be a man.
First of all, there's no reasonable person that will follow someone like Kanu. First of all, people like you follow Kanu. Why would you follow somebody like that?
So why are you following Buhari? Why are you following Buhari? Even the wife has told you that he can't make it.
Who's following Buhari?
Buhari's wife, Aisha, has already told you that there are no men in Nigeria. So who am I not to follow her? After all, she's our first lady. I'm following her. She said there are no men in Nigeria. Did you hear her? She said there are no men in Nigeria.
What does that have to do with me?
Well, are you not a Nigerian man?
You're arguing against...
A Nigerian first lady said there are no men in Nigeria.
What does that have to do with my point?
It's got to do with your point, because you're procrastinating. You're procrastinating, and if one should listen to you, they will not only be disillusioned, they'll be just like they won't even know what they're doing. So you're not.
Let me ask you a question.
You're not talking from the standpoint of leadership.
You're calling NNAMDI Kanu a leader?
He is a leader. Even if it's a short time, look at it. He managed Buhari till his second term, and at least half of the second term. He's been in the topic every single day.
Wait. The word leading.
Even you, every minute you come to talk, if it's not NNAMDI Kanu, you have nothing to say for yourself.
The word leading means you're leading, you're going somewhere. Now, please tell me where Nnamdi Kanu is taking you to? Tell me.
Because he has opened even your eyes and you're blind. Your blind eyes, he has opened it.
Nnamdi Kanu did not open my eye. Maybe you open your own eye.
You opened your eyes, obviously. Because everything you're talking about, Mike, darling, everything you're talking, Mike, can I just say something? Can I just put in a word? Now, Mike,
don't say you open my eye. You don't know me. So don't
Mike, I don't know you. You can even be a soldier or whatever. I'm not. That's not a big deal. We are talking about strategy. I am a strategist. I am a strategist from my own side. If I was working with Nnamdi Kanu, for instance, he would not have fallen into that trap.
See that one as a leader as a fool. That's what I think.
But leaders need strategists around them. And one mistake you people make is that you just go talking. Because men always think that because they have the physical strength, they always talk. But women will listen, we calculate, and we work things out. Before anything will happen anywhere, we already know. Had it been Nnamdi had some certain women around him, this will not happen. They will hear about it.
Pointing out his mistakes. Oh, see.
Do you know how many things, even this my small ears, I've heard in my lifetime?
So now you are even pointing out his mistakes.
So what are you talking about?
You already pointed out his mistake. He said he
but people are saying he was with women. Those women were just arranged to try to trap him or whatever. He was not with no women.
You guys follow people with emotion. You don't think. There's no logic. That's the problem in Africa.
The emotion is the spirit. It's the spirit that leads women to get things right. You are not talking about emotion. You are just talking and talking. You have not really landed since morning. I've been listening to you, Mike. You have not landed.
Anybody that can't learn from history is a fool because
what history? You're not even talking from history. You are just talking from a standpoint of the locality of where you lived in a very small community, perhaps in Lagos or in the West. That's all you know.
The same brainless leadership. A leadership that can't form alliance with his neighbors. A leadership that's burning bridges with people that are supposed to. He was.
Well, are you the neighbor? Are you his neighbor? Are you his neighbor? Or you're just a writer?
Okay, what's going on, Mike? Are you rebel rousing again, Mike? I can't leave you for a moment, and you're already.
Listen, one man. The thing is this. She's not listening.
Listen to what? You're talking the same thing. Every single day you're saying the same thing. You're always procrastinating. You're not even talking about how Nigeria will move forward.
Sally, let him land just for reasons of time. Mike, Sally is accusing you of circling the runway. I'm not quite sure if you've just gotten your pilot license, but land.
But anyway, so as I was saying, Sha, those guys lack those qualities. So now I think the mistake,
which guys lack which qualities?
Juku and Kanu.
Which qualities do they lack? Hold on, which qualities do they lack?
They lack strategic thinking and they lack emotional intelligence.
Okay, all right. Because,
well, whatever the reason is, maybe it's their upbringing.
No. What are you bringing? Because that's a big. That's
Oxford University.
Yeah, that's a big statement to make. So back it up.
Igbo people then sabi boko. Even leave school, forget that.
It's one thing to be reading English, reading books, and it's another thing to have wisdom. You understand? You can acquire as much knowledge as you have. If you don't have wisdom, you're just as big as a fool. You know. These guys, first of all, they have this very selfish nature. Someone like Ojugo, for example, when he came back from exile. He went back to apply for pension with the same Nigerian army, and he was collecting pension as a retired colonel. Can you imagine? You have to be a very selfish human being to do something like that, you know.
But he was a retired colonel. He was a retired colonel.
When he came back, I think he was repentant. He just wanted to.
He repent. Okay, after leaving
he wanted to come back to the society and be part of it.
According to your narrative now, so that's because Nnamdi Kanu has fought, so he's not a leader.
No, you listen. You are leading a people.
No. What Mike is speaking to is attributes that he expects to.
No, he's not a leader.
No. He's saying it's defined because it's a subjective view and it's
There are different level of endeavor in this life. Yeah, if you are leading people in an endeavor that entails death and destruction, you have to make sure you have those attributes of that kind of leader that can carry out that leadership. You understand? In the military, when we want to go on missions, they just don't pick anybody. They just don't pick anybody. You understand? When Kanu came out, when I studied this guy, I'm like, oh my God, is this the guy that's going to lead these people, lead an entire ethnic group? And the way it was
Please,
given, no emotional intelligence, no strategic thinking, no clear plan, and
now can you do it?
Selfish.
Can you do it? You are born of a woman like he is. Can you do it? Can you?
I cannot see your reasons.
Look how many of the youth have already died in the East.
Don't mean it's not a leader.
What is the end result? Look how many of the youth already died in the East. Okay, what are their parents? What are they getting? What is the end result? What is the gain out of it? So this guy had no plan. He just
the Biafran movement has gained more attention than there has ever been. And so you can give him attention.
So you are getting some attention.
Okay, Mike, hold on. Let me just interject with a super chat from Plenty Water. I don't see any chaos happening in Lagos. The rally will be done. A sure number of votes readily exist in Lagos anytime, any day for APC and the thugs to win any election. Rally should be peaceful. So he is saying that essentially that nothing threatens the Lagos.
Respect to Tinubu.
No, what he's saying essentially,
it will.
Yeah, is that nothing threatens. Yes, so
the noise that we are making now.
So what he's saying essentially is nothing threatens the Lagos space enough for them to move against the rally, so they just let it carry on because it is easier to let them make the noise than to make the noise for them. Essentially, is what Plenty Water is saying.
Tinubu will make a statement with that rally. He go sure say yes, then sit there. It will be very huge and peaceful.
Okay, this one is for you, Mike. This is from Chris, and it's using super chat to throw this in your direction. They say, Mike is here in the United States. Mike is here in the United States drinking Heinekens. I should be able to get it out. Mike is here in the United States drinking Heinekens. I'm going back and forth from rehab. So why?
Yeah, because if Papa knows you afford anything for him.
No, but you see what? No. You say, Mike, you always cross the line.
Those comments don't get me at all.
You know what amuses me? You know what amuses me about that comment, Mike? Ovie comes say every single day smoking Igbo. Nobody has ever said the word. We see you drinking Heineken's once, and they've turned you into an alcoholic. Lord Michael comes in with his super chat, and again at Mike. Lord Michael, this Michael is a mere so this Michael is a mere security guard, like an aboki for the gate. Yes, he claims to have been in the military with no evidence. So, Mike, they are all circling around you. You see, you
don't suffer today.
Yeah, you diss Nnamdi Kanu and you get a flogging. So, Mike, round off and run away. Yes, round off quickly and run away before they completely look. Another one for you. Another one for you. Ogogoro Mike. So you better just round off quickly and run away before they.
Mike face. Mike, put your face. I want to see that your face. May I laugh well.
The last time you saw his face, you saw it with Heinekens, and he's now getting the abuse.
Show that your face. Don't see
past 10 years.
When are you coming back to
Trust me, man. That's not new. That's what they do.
Give
them an insult, they can't take it back.
Mike, I think really it's just gentle jousting. I don't think nobody's really there is love. It's pantomime. It's pantomime.
You go over vex now.
Yeah?
Like woman, a woman I did vex like that.
When are you coming to Texas? When are you coming back to Texas, Mike?
One of the reasons why I want to do a Republic, honestly, I don't want to. I feel like it's very dangerous to be sharing country with people like Igbos and.
Now you sabi me, I'm going to take dual nationality. I will take Oduduwa and I will take Biafra. And Nigeria too, I will take three nationalities. I go collect.
The way they think. If you are a human being, you don't have emotional intelligence.
You can't stop me from being from a member of Oduduwa Republic. Oh, you cannot. Me, I'm a Lagosian. I was born there.
So Mike, which part of closing remarks? Don't you know how they format it? So round off your thoughts.
When are you coming back?
My final point is the few intelligent people that are alive, they should go and make sure they should not make the same mistake and let a leader emerge, like the way they allow Ojukwu and Kanu to emerge. They should take their time and go and pick the right person to lead them this time. Because, like Oyinbo man said, 3 strikes, you're out. That's 2 strike. Ujuku came. He led them to hell. This idiot almost led them to another hell.
Nah, don't call him an idiot. The last time you did that, you know what happened?
I don't know what's wrong with Mike.
You know what's happened?
That guy is a bloody idiot.
No, okay. On that note, Mike, go drink your Heineken.
Go drink your Heineken.
Okay, rescue yourself before you go. Yeah, rescue yourself.
You cannot a leader by looking at his followers. Look at NNAMDI Kanu followers. Look at the way they talk now. They don't have emotional intelligence. You say something, they will insult you.
You also
look at you.
Now.
You know who NNAMDI Kanu followers are? Because all of them don't come out to talk.
Hold on, Mike. Sally may not be an NNAMDI Kanu follower, but she admires him. And look at Sally. I mean, you don't get more, everything Sally. So that just disproves it right there. But thank you, Mike. Always guaranteed to live on an explosive note. Mike, Ovie, be less controversial as we come to you.
No.
And they wait for that, make it cost NNAMDI again. Yeah. I think with that girl named Bea no day here today.
This is it.
I will work on behalf of them.
You see, I'm sure she's throwing her cup at the screen as we speak. That
I
this
heard
might
her earlier
again.
when you did the broadcast earlier in the day. I heard her so angry and everything. That that's really rather because Bea, we know she's usually jovial and very light-hearted, but she was very upset.
She was. Yeah, I hope she comes back, and I'm sure she will. But to you, Ovie.
I mean, I admire NNAMDI Kanu. I mean, whether we like it or not, somebody could have been doing what he's doing. So for him to, take that route, and whether we like it or not, at least he has. I mean, the world now is talking about Biafra, not necessarily NNAMDI Kanu, and what it stands for is what people are talking about. So. And he took it to a different height, I mean, it's an information age, and he makes sure he leveled up with that narrative. So you give him that, regardless of what. My only problem with him is still the same thing I have with most of our activists, like Showore and Co. They're like one-man squad. Yeah, they always talk about what happened if you just, cut that head off, and that's pretty much what happened. So assuming that they have 2, 3, 4, 5 people who are at the same level we can do, even though they don't get the same loud voice, but they also have the same weight and reach and capacity to, to make sure they not make me no feel say nothing happen. They know they do, as in that's the only thing that we are lacking.
No, NNAMDI, right, is quite excessive in terms of vibrance and in terms of vitality. To get somebody that will be like that will not be. But there are people, mind you, his brother.
But that's exactly my point.
Was very quiet.
It doesn't have to be like that.
Sorry, let me just say. But it has to not exactly, not a replica, but at the same level. If you look at the first incarnation, the first thing of this Biafra narrative, we had Ojukwu, a larger-than-life personality. Love him, hate him, a huge, colossal personality. And that fallow period, the marginalization, all the things that aggrieved that space was still there, but there was no real champion. So this guy now emerged, like him or hate him, a huge personality. Very strong personality and very clear in his presentation. So it took that period for NNAMDI Kanu to come through. So it's not an administrative position, it's a leadership position, and leadership is a set of skills. They can train leadership, but you have to instinctually have it, innately within you. You have to have certain qualities, certain mix. This is why it's So it's not just today another one will come. In
every family, you have only like 1 or 2. No matter how big the family is, you have 1 or 2 who can really stand out and fight even a giant.
Yes.
Very few.
So it's not just Uchemeto will be a good administrator and he will keep the books and everything will be nice, but he can't just instinctually just reach for a magic moment as somebody like NNAMDI Kanu can, or somebody like Ojukwu, But I'll be sorry.
He couldn't even defend his position when he had a chance.
One man
go say, talk.
He goes say
So-
only 80% says that the main board. As soon as he just raise up point, he will take it from me and start.
No. Because I have to push you for that 20% because you see this is part of your training.
From Igboho, you go take over from Igboho. Now you go speak better English than Igboho.
No.
Nobody dey talk about Igboho English now. Nobody go talk.
No, me, I'm just a noisemaker. You
Now
know,
you go dey help and say that enough is enough.
I don't
Put
like
am for inside
violence.
here.
I don't even like shouting. Never mind physical
This
violence.
English wey you dey speak here, you go put am for Gia. You go put the whole English for Gia for Igboho.
I think they talk out for here, but not on the streets. I can't be rioting. Can you imagine? Am I not ugly enough? You want them to repanel my face? Ovie, sorry, back to you.
No ugly.
No, I'm only here.
Now you the
Na
only
Instagram boy you be.
So, now, what I was trying to make with that point is that just look at the Niger Delta of those days. It was easy for them to bring the federal government to agreement and get the amnesty because there are more than one. Asari they make noise for one side, Atake they one side they make noise, Ayere they make noise for one side.
Yeah.
So by the time you say you want begin bribe one, arrest one, so you go tire. So at the end of the day, the government no get you and to say okay, this is it. So even though at the end one go say okay, they just collect money and every other thing, but it was a strategy that actually worked. You understand? So the same thing I expect the Biafran leaders, as they should learn from the past. You just narrate Ojuku's story. It was just a one-man lone, soldier that at the end of the day, when they weaken army, it's all over. So you should have learned.
No, but Biafra get a few people now. Naji saying go take over now. I mean,
Who?
he said NNAMDI or what is his name? He's doing his own stuff now, isn't it?
Tony Nandi.
Yeah, he's doing his own now. And there are other people doing different factions of Biafra, but IPOB is the strongest force in all this waka. Because even
And
this guy said
IPOB without Nnamdi Kanu for 2 years, we will not hear that name again. For 2 years, if they take him out of circulation for 2 years, we will just be here. Of course, we will hear it, but that is the end. For 2 years,
they've gone very far. To be honest, on the official side, things have actually gone very far. As far as this Nigerian whatever thing is going on, and you and I know there is no way this government will be able to sustain all the violence that's coming from the north and the Fulani herdsmen. That will not go away because they have lost it there as well. Right? Everybody's just doing whatever they like in Zamfara and so on, and everything is spiraling down towards the south. And this is not just going to end like that. It's going to continue. So at some point, there'll be more chaos. And of course, NNAMDI not being there, maybe the Eastern Security Network will not be able to work as they were to push back on these herdsmen. So we just don't know what's going to happen. All we need to do, and you saw the rate of kidnappings and everything that's going on everywhere.
Interesting times coming.
This is just news,
times.
another diversionary news, but not diversionary in this case because one of the major actors has been affected. So we just have to see how it's going to do a comeback. But one thing, remember, leaders, they always have 9 lives. Even this Awolowo, they talk. When we're kids, we used to hear it turns to lizard, it turns to crocodile, it turns to this. NNAMDI, that crocodile go meet him for this thing and he managed to escape that crocodile. Just wait. As actors, now the only thing we will get, now the only product we will get from Nigeria.
It will no doubt come out in the political space still. I mean, the two things that we are going to say for almost certain is that they are not going to kill him, one, because there's absolutely no way that they can do that, and they are not really going to jail him for any length of time too. So he's going to negotiate politically out of the situation that he finds himself. But then, of course, how is he then going to, so we'll see. Interesting times coming.
We'll get away from it. It's not like how they just killed Saruwiwa anyhow. And
No.
Saruwiwa is a minority of Rivers in a way. If Saruwiwa was an Ijaw man, they would never have killed him. They would never have tried that.
Yeah, because it comes from a minority sect that doesn't really have a point.
Yes, that doesn't really, that wasn't really integrating that much at the time. There's still some kind of, but if it's amongst the Jaw majority, if they are taking a Calabari or a Krika man, they will not. But till today, they've not been able to take Ateke or even Asari. You see him is talking wild, saying whatever I say. Why can't they go pick him up? They cannot. They cannot. And British has warned them not to touch Asari.
Oh, all right. Ovie, finish your thoughts so that Aseli can round it up for us. Very unusual of you for you not to.
Don't take my 20% again.
All right, carry on, Ovie.
Your 100%.
When I can take my 20%.
I take 20 over your 80.
So
talk now. Go sleep today. I beg.
Let me put out a very SLB, you get experience, make I put out very, I don't know, very unpopular opinion out there. Yeah. What about if my Indigo people decide to, do within the Yorubas did to Abiola while he was in jail, just to get, how they do Biola now, how they do Abiola now, take him out.
Everybody hear them now. So they never repeat they never repeat them 2 times.
Listen. That was all produced Abiola Obasanjo, pretty much, right? So I mean,
that are the biggest mumu where this our mumu Buhari will do. Make you no try them.
Well, that beside it.
Now, even myself, when you not consign me today, as I just hear the news, I don't call Labour Party. Waiting they happen, or they hear this, or they hear that. I they wait for them, they will call me because Sarah Tate called the woman. She was still on another call, so I know as I don't leave message for her. Morning, she will call me, say, Asel, what's happening in Nigeria? May I tell you something, right? Now we need to project ourselves. We have opportunity that while we're here, God has a reason why we've all come here. We could have been doing some other things back home in Nigeria. So I think whilst we're here, we should project, the good of our community. I won't say Nigeria, because the way they've allowed Nigeria to scatter. Do you say think Anna? Not be picking for hand, because there's too much to carry along. So you only can carry your own immediate community along.
Who be this Nigeria? Who would they always blame? Who is this Nigeria?
Nigeria to me doesn't exist right now.
Now me and you.
Apart from the Akbali, where maybe I need to take.
It does exist. It is me and you that is Nigeria. So I don't know why they put our third party. Blame me.
Okay. Let's not get into philosophical realm. So the Celebi, you are the one that will say that we have to go to bed. So let's let Ovie release us. Please release me. Let me go.
Ovie. Like Ovie too much.
Waiting to dominate news in the nearest coming days. It's not going to be this arrest where we talk. So as I said, the what is it called, Igbo march in Lagos that is coming on. That is going to be the next thing that will dominate the airwave. Again, the 2 PDP governors from this same neighborhood, the East, they will be decamping to APC. As we did very soon, maybe as soon as no, those are the things that we say. That's why all this NNAMDI very soon they go leave out until they go wait in the day of his hearing. It might not even appear in court. Lawyers will go. You will see.
What go say now whether unknown man go still operate as they don't carry NNAMDI.
So I don't think any tension is necessarily going to rise. If you don't tension one point, but don't start already. There's nothing.
All right.
It has been managed,
all right.
Like I said, politics is at work at its finest.
All right. Thank you, Ovie. So, Sally, your words.
Ovie has been predicting all these things, and sometimes we laugh it off, but true, it seems like some of his predictions are actually coming to be.
Ovie's other name. What was that? Ovie, what was that your other name? True Preacher or something? What's that? True Preacher?
No, I'm Chief Priest.
Chief Priest. That is Chief Prophet. So yeah.
Yeah, so maybe some of the things right now we're just all in a whatever. We're just trying to see what the next news is gonna come up, and see how the reactions are gonna be. I suppose people heard all of this belatedly, so this was all going on whilst we were talking about all sorts of other things. So we just have to wait and see. But I pray that I know they're not going to harm him or anything. You know, they will not. They cannot.
No, I don't think they will.
His movement is too broad and he has too much
the
support.
focus is too international.
The Oyibo people alone, where they follow Kanu, it passes the people of Southeast. So add all those people together.
You see all these Oyibo women sometimes, all these Oyibo girls, no doubt dating or married to some Igbo guy, and then they will dress up in traditional wear and they'll be doing video clips chanting Biafra. You think in some East European voice.
Have you ever taken time just talk to one lame Oyibo person where you just meet like that for road and just a chat and just tell them a little bit about your place? Just see how they take to it. They
love it. They love that interaction.
They want. No, this can happen. You people must do this. So you see, because they are used to that freedom. We are not used to it. So we need somebody, and that's why NNAMDI came with that harsh word, and that is harsh way of talking, kind of, because our people listen to when we're studying at HRO, we're trying to show different cultures how you talk to people. You see, and in some cultures, if you don't tell them do this or do that, they won't do it. Until when you tell them, because they're used to being told to do this, so they can't use their own mind. And I think we became a bit like that, waiting for leaders to tell us rubbish, and then we just follow. Hey, today, everybody be singing, Wike don't come. You know, this is our life.
That Wike is a particular clown. You know, he does this thing that it always never fails to amuse me. He will make his speech and he go, and I will take it to, and then the audience will land his point. He does that all the time. I wonder if it's a technique that he uses or just I don't think he's speech impaired, so I think it's a technique that he uses.
He's very good at talking. He talks for a long time. He will talk until all his eyes are speaking.
Although they say he's partial to the whiskey, you know, he has a reputation for being like an Ogogoro man.
Whiskey must be better Hennessy, not nonsense ones. Or the ones that sell better one. You'll be talking.
or it must be a quick thing, because I know that you would not say no to a nice bottle of or a nice glass at least of a well-rounded red wine or something. Yeah.
Are you asking me for a drink?
No, I'm not asking you for a drink, but I could hear the clink. I could hear the clinking. I could hear the clinking of glass. But Sally, always a pleasure. We could talk forever, but alas, like you said, we all have to go to our individual beds. So Sally B, ladies and gentlemen, the silky tones. Thank you, Sally. Let's hear from Tayo. Tayo, we're about to round off, but as always, I always like to take just sample a new voice. So Tayo, let's hear from you quickly, just a couple of minutes, just straight to the point. Good to meet you.
Good to meet you, woman.
Yeah.
It's been a while now. Yeah. It's just honestly, it's a big news today. You know, when the news broke, firstly we thought it was just a joke. Well, unfortunately, it's not a joke. Unfortunately for Nigerian government, it's not a joke. Anyway, I just listened to what everyone was saying since the program started, and I was just listening. This guy called Mike there. I wish I could speak to him, but in a way, you don't speak that way when things like this happen. We are all fighting for freedom, and I'm sure every
Tayo, I think a lot of people understand, and if they don't, then they should. Mike a little bit plays to the type, and he speaks often tongue-in-cheek. I don't think he's necessarily speaking either essentially as he wants to present it or as he has it, but of course he speaks to the character that people have given him on the platform. So a bit of role playing, I think, on
yeah. But I just think a lot of people say they're not going to do anything to Kanu. They're not going to torture him. They're not going to beat him. They give him 5 stars. No, I don't think that will happen. Because
you think they'll be kobokoing him? Come on now. I mean,
I think they will punish him. They will definitely punish him, because
not physically.
No, they will punish him physically. They will punish him mentally, emotionally. In fact, they will deal with him, and because they have to do these things to set him as an example to the rest of them, like Igbokwe and the rest of them, to frighten them.
But they did not brutalize. They did not brutalize Showore.
No. They beat Showore up a lot, and he says it. No, they do beat him up, and he's always saying it. I followed him a lot, and but they're not gonna kill him. That's one thing. They're not gonna kill him, but they will deal with him in a way the other agitators will get to understand that we're not joking, we're not playing. Because this is an agenda going on, and this agenda for people to really know that this we are not playing with you guys. Then they will use Kanu as an example for the rest of us to see.
All right, thank you, Tayo. It's just for reasons of time. I was about to shut it down. Usually, when Sally speaks, I shut it down. But a new voice, I always like to take that on board. Please come earlier, then you get fuller expression. So that was Tayo introducing himself to the scene. So you are still with the same 200 odd of you. Every single person that is not subscribed to the platform should do that straight away and right now. By the close of play today, I want to have hit a certain threshold, which almost certainly will do, but you could be the person that pushes me over that threshold by being that subscription that takes me to that place that I desire to be. So do that right now. Subscribe, click on the red button and turn it gray. So having done that, you can come join me in the comment section to carry the conversation on, and I'll say peace here. But of course, when this news of Buhari's capture when this news of NNAMDI Kanu's capture was presented to Buhari, this is the rumor that is circulating. What they said apparently Abubakar Malami did was to sit Buhari down and play him a video clip. So I have a copy of the video clip that Malami played Buhari to announce the rearrest of NNAMDI Kanu. So I have a copy of that video clip, and I shall play that by way of closing the session. So I'll leave you here, carry the conversation on with you in the comment section. So the next thing now you'll see is the video clip now that Malami played Buhari to announce the rearrest of NNAMDI Kanu. So here I say peace as you enjoy the
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.